Okay, today we're playing Final Fantasy 13, and before we get it started here, I have a bit of a rant to go on. So if you're watching in the future on YouTube and you just want to jump to the gameplay, I'll try to add a timestamp in the description to skip to the post-rant stuff. Okay, so this one is blind for me. We've been doing a Final Fantasy franchise focus where I've been playing all of the different Final Fantasy games, and so far none of them, other than I guess Crisis Core, have been 100% blind. 10, 2, and 12 had been so long since I played them that they were effectively blind, and I guess it was the same for 1, 2, and 3. But this one I actually haven't played before beyond like the first 15 or so minutes of the game. So back when this came out in 2009, I didn't own this game, but a friend loaned it to me. And I think I booted it up for about 20 minutes and then just decided I'm good. And I stopped and I never looked at it again and I never paid attention to anything else about it. But I do know a decent amount about the game through cultural osmosis, and I kind of wanted to explain what turned me off about it at the time, because I remember that even though I don't remember what the first 20 minutes were. Okay, so in 2009, what games had come out before then? I guess I was 22 in 2009. Kingdom Hearts 2 came out in 2005 when I was like 18. And Mass Effect came out in 2007, a couple of years prior. I'm obviously kind of a big Mass Effect fan. And also there was a pretty like influential, I don't know if anyone remembers the Order of the Stick, Dungeons and Dragons webcomic, but the guy who made that comic used to do like world building posts on his forum, like advice to new dungeon masters. And he had a pretty pivotal post that was viral at the time that was talking about world building and what you should name things in your universe that affected me pretty deeply. So talking about those things, Kingdom Hearts 2 was influential for me because it broke me. it made me go from a person who just accepts fiction as it's presented to me and just like, this is just the way it is, to suddenly realizing that fiction is like made by a creator and that creator has ideas and they choose what to include and what not to include, and that I had the capability to disagree with choices. So it kind of turned me into a snob, and it kind of turned me off on Square in general. I think up until the Square Enix merger, I saw Square as being incapable of doing any wrong. And then they started to put out some kind of meh games from there. And I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is what finally snapped me. And it's been all downhill since then. Mass Effect I mention as a game that kind of set a high bar for me in terms of storytelling. And specifically as it relates to this game, it did a really good job of having an optional in-universe codex that you could read for extra information about like the science fiction of the game world. And I think Mass Effect impressed on me how it had such a good codex. I've read through it in all three games multiple times. It's brilliantly written, brilliantly presented, and most importantly, it is not necessary to consume in any way in order to play that game. The story is written to introduce you to the core concepts, and you can read it for fun if you wanted to. It's not there because you need to consume it to get what's going on. And then the last thing is that Order of the Stick blog post, which you can probably still find, was talking about how if you're making a game world in Dungeons and Dragons and you're the dungeon master, you want to like have place names that your players are going to remember. You like want to call it the Black Forest or the Ice Cave. You don't want to use like super complicated made up elven words with like apostrophes and diacritics on them, because they're never going to remember that. They're just going to call it that forest place or that cave place or whatever, right? So that was fresh in my mind when I played this. Being skeptical of Square after Kingdom Hearts 2 was fresh in my mind, and Mass Effect having such a profound impact on me and having such a great codex system was all fresh in my mind. And, you know, with 10 plus years since then, I don't think every game needs to have very simple names for their places, but it's part of what turned me off, because I booted this game up, and in the first 20 minutes, I was just like assailed with lots of crazy proper nouns that weren't set up in any way that apparently you need to read the codex to understand. And it completely fell flat for me. It didn't feel like a Final Fantasy. And I'm like, you know what? I'm good. Because I guess also around 2009 is when I started to have like a library of games that I could play. It wasn't like when I was a kid where I had to play the games that I had because those are the only ones I had. Now Steam was becoming a thing and Steam sales were becoming a thing, and I had the pick of the litter. So why should I play something if I don't feel like super enthused about it? So that's that. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the stuff I know about Final Fantasy 13 through cultural osmosis, because while I am blind, I haven't played this game before, I know stuff about it because people talk about it a lot. So the first thing I know is that this game was a project management nightmare, which doesn't surprise me given the folks that were involved on it. In that they wanted to make, like, it wasn't 10 spin-offs, but they had this grand plan for all these different versions. There was like Final Fantasy Versus 13, and was it Fabula Nova Crystallis, which I know Spiky in chat has jokingly referred to as the fabulous exploding star crystals. Like, I think when I heard that was when I became cynical. As soon as I heard that they had this compilation of Final Fantasy 13 Fabula Novus Crystallis, I'm like, if I ever hear that shit again, I'm instantly turned off, and that's why I don't get excited when I hear about, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Premix 2.1 Prologue or whatever. It's like poison to me. And I know that they didn't finish most of the side projects. A lot of them got renamed. I think one of the side projects eventually became Final Fantasy 15. Is that right? Which is its own shit show that we're going to get to eventually. That one's going to be completely blind for me. I know this game had a cynical, like, studio executive problem. I've heard the phrase, an executive told me he wanted a female Cloud Strife in this game, which is fine. Like, I like Cloud Strife and I like women characters, but that just seems profoundly cynical and surprising from a more, I guess, auteur-driven franchise like Final Fantasy. I know the hallway simulator accusation, and I think this one's actually kind of bullshit. I like linearity in games. I actually really like linearity in JRPGs. I can only think of a handful of JRPGs that benefited from being nonlinear. I think the nonlinearity in Final Fantasy X-2 and Final Fantasy XII were like almost entirely downsides to both of those games. They really hurt the narrative. So if the game is just linear, I want to push back against that. I think that that's a silly thing to get mad about. For my personal reasons, I like linearity, but also separate from that, Final Fantasy X is insanely linear. And you can see on the map that every map is effectively just a hallway until you get to like the Calmlands. So I don't really see that as being a significant change from a beloved critical darling like 10. And I've heard about this game having a 25-hour tutorial, which I'm sure is a little overblown, a little, it's probably not that big of a deal. That one I'm a little bit more worried about. I know that this was an era where tutorials were getting pretty bad, and they weren't just wanting to throw players into the woods and let them figure it out on their own. But I don't think that that's particularly poisoned the well on this one. I'm kind of like skeptical of the narrative on Final Fantasy 13. So as for, we're going to start here very soon. I just wanted to like present my case for why I don't think I'm prejudiced against this game ahead of time, like I maybe have been on some other Final Fantasy projects in the past. The biggest thing is that I just played Final Fantasy X-2 again on stream, having not played it in like 20 years. And X-2 I remembered fondly as, it has kind of a stupid story, but at least the battle system's good. And then I played it on stream, and it was like a baffling shit show. And I can't believe that thing got made and sold any copies. And then we played Final Fantasy XII, which isn't a baffling shit show, but it wasn't as good as I remembered it being, partially due to the issues of nonlinearity and just kind of pacing and structural issues that I had with it, which I hope don't get me crucified. So I'm kind of on a low right now for the Final Fantasy franchise. I'm excited to play a Final Fantasy game that I am actually blind on, and I have high hopes. I'm optimistic going into playing this. I promise I'm not about to hit play and then, determined to hate it. I'm actually determined to like it. And we are going to play X-2 and was it Lightning Returns after this? So I guess buckle up. I don't know anything about, I know even less about those two games. Hey, thanks Yukipo, how you been? Yeah, I don't like disliking things. Whoa, I didn't press any buttons there. Is that a significant opening cutscene? Do I need to restart this? I think I slightly pressed in like 1/100th of the left trigger. Oh, I meant to say 13 too, sorry. I wait on the screen, it'll just replay. Okay. I could probably just reload it real fast. Hold on. not touch the controller at all. I haven't messed with the audio settings on this at all. It's a little alarming that it plays a Windows error noise there when it boots up. I did install a set of fixes that Darkstar recommended. I guess the game just crashes on PC if you don't do that, so. Yeah, that's fair, Spiky. We're being impressed by the visuals, but I guess that kind of comes with the territory with Final Fantasy. This one's not... Nomura's not a... He's not a huge involvement in this one, right? He's character designer, but he's not like the director or the main writer or anything like that. Game audio is really quiet in my ear, not just in the stream equalizer. Like I can barely hear it in my headphones here. Every single name in the credits is an alias for Nomura. Yeah. I was largely unhappy with the Final Fantasy VII Remake, or at least the end of it, I guess. And I laid a lot of that blame at the feet of Nomura, and I should probably say, like, Nomura-esque. Like, it's usually not specifically Nomura, but there's a kind of, like, Kingdom Hearts jank group of folks who work at Square. I don't know, I've struggled to articulate it. Yeah, Nomura is an archetype. So I don't have that expectation or association with this game yet. I guess we'll see. I do it for 15, but I haven't played 15, so... That's cool. Settings. Speaker names, sure. Battle difficulty, fine. Battle speed, fine. Default battle command, auto battle. That's concerning. I don't even know what the combat's like in this game. I've heard it's maybe kind of like 10-2, but oh wow, this is a controls menu. Okay. On-screen button explanations. Controller type. Change the default command. Where's that? So abilities from auto battle. Okay. Normal mode. Ooh, this may have turned me off too. Is there anything that tracks what difficulty level you're on? I don't like being able to change the difficulty in the middle of a playthrough, but at the same time, I don't like having difficulty settings in the first place for stupid reasons. Just because it's like you're at the worst possible time in your familiarity with the game to make a decision about design like that.
Or the beginning of the end.
This is still really quiet in my ear. I'm going to try to turn it up for stream now, but I thought it was just the opening cutscene. Maybe I'll get like a BGM slider later. I can barely hear it.
serious?
Be quiet.
Best of luck. She did it! Hands high!
That's a good one. Turn it down a hair.
You alright? I'm not a Lassie.
Hey, Kevin. Thank you. How you been? These cutscenes are a bad sign, to be honest. I know it's just the beginning, but
Good for them.
I've described this before. It's also a big thing in like the Final Fantasy VII remake. It's like this like choreographed air of invincibility that followed like the Matrix films for a decade. People are kick-flipping off of everything, and there's no sense of like danger because everyone's invincible and badass.
Give me that.
I always found that really amusing because like the Matrix has one of the most intense feelings of like constant peril, the original movie of any film I've seen, despite having these badass bullet time sequences. Infrastructure. Maybe instead of saying Nomura, because that calls to mind a specific person who may or may not have been particularly involved in a product, we'll just compare it to Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder has a really great eye for visuals.
I'm in the way!
Oh, we got a opening on a train. We got a scorpion robot. I don't remember this at all. Did I not make it past the opening cutscene? I must have made it to the codex.
Send the big guns now. What do we do?
Watch and learn.
Attack while its tail's up. Tutorial. Do the tutorial. Watches your ATB charges. Perform actions are expending ATB gauge segments. The actions they perform depend on the commands you select. Yep. For now, try selecting Auto Battle. 2 attack actions are just in place in your command queue. As you learn new abilities, oh, they're not even having me target the different limbs to establish that. Oh, I can't control saws? Uh-oh. Hope that stops being true eventually. Why I wouldn't just use auto battle. One of those, like, accepting that this is what you do in JRPGs as you mash the attack command.
Fall back.
Not so tough now, huh? Hey, that wasn't like a challenge now, all right? Hey,
Game audio balance okay to stream? Still seems pretty quiet in my ear.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'll see if there's separate sliders once I get control here.
Won't give up.
Get the sense that the effort of like selecting Blitz isn't worth the time loss or the attention required to go and select something other than attack spam right now. What's his AoE? Okay. Oh, if I don't control my allies, do I game over if lightning dies?
I owe ya.
All allies. Okay. 6 potions.
Oh goodness. Woo. We did it.
Whoa.
Aren't you supposed to protect civilians, soldier?
See, it's not in all
I mean, you
caps.
are Sanctum, aren't you? What are you doing trying to stop the purge? Why don't you tell me that?
I was a soldier.
What's Sanctum? What's the
Hey.
Purge?
Where do you think you're going?
At least those are actual words, so maybe I was being unfair.
Chocobo, just can't catch a break, can we? Yeah, that's a good question. Oh well. Better follow up.
See, I really like proper nouns in fiction.
This.
I like when they're introduced in a way that's like intended to like catch you up or make you ask interesting questions. Get a camera control tutorial? No, that's fine. Why would you ask me to change it before I get a chance to try it? Yeah, this game actively directs you to read the
Sure, we can get
codex.
to it.
Okay, that must be why I remembered it. I must have gone here and seen... Gameplay basics, battle, main menu, enemy intel. There's not stuff in here that I was worried about. So do we not get audio setting options anywhere? I have subtitles. It's not like another sub list of...
Here.
I like to be able to set the voice to be louder than the BGM and the sound effects, but...
It's a mess is what this is.
Stock on the roads, you must travel. See, I guess this is a thing where it's like, there's a difference in it being a 25-hour tutorial and it including unnecessary tutorializing. Because like when you run into an enemy and it triggers a battle, you'll be like, oh, when I touch an enemy, that triggers a battle. Got it. Shit. Save points are basically PS3s. It's like,
What do you suppose this
does
is?
this game have chests
Army leaving its toys out now?
or anything that's optional to find on the map?
Wait up.
I feel like almost every time I've seen something that attempts to like streamline turn-based JRPG battle system, it kind of reveals something problematic about turn-based RPG battles in the first place, right? The only exception I can think of is Bravely Default, which actually makes a new mechanic out of it and has the whole fast-forward thing to go along with the fact that you can take like 4 turns at a time and put yourself into turn debt. But a lot of this seems to flow from like, oh, when people play RPGs, they just kind of spam attack. So let's like build that into the core mechanics, because it's good enough most of the time. I guess having a battle rating is interesting. Do I get a full heal after every fight? Alright, I don't actually hate that. I think like battle-to-battle strategic resource management is usually boring in this genre. So I'd rather they just fill me up after every combat and then design the encounters assuming that I'm at full resources. Making high-level decisions only? Okay. I think games that are focused on timed attacks feel a little bit different. Mario and Luigi is like every single attack is a different minigame, right?
Taking on trained soldiers?
Better to die than get sent to Pulse. It's hell for Brimstone.
Yeah, well, hell's not sounding too bad. Because this place ain't exactly paradise.
Domesticated peacekeepers. Nothing to worry about.
Maybe not for a soldier girl, but I'm trying to say, hey!
Stagger. Is that just from doing a certain amount of damage before it decays? Fill that meter before the enemy dies?
Guess we, gotta fight again, huh?
Whoa! It's a thing on the side.
No need to be pushing now.
Like this opening area is almost the same as the opening area of Final Fantasy X, right? In Xanarkand? Oceans and Phoenix Downs, okay. Phoenix Downs will never matter for Lightning, or whoever the party leader is,
Real
right?
nice from up there.
So you just game over when they die, even if you have some in stock. Curious to see how long I can get away with just mashing the A button in every battle. I can see this working out better when that stops being true, but it's pretty true right now. Yeah. I just got completely turned around there. Did I go through like a one-way door there, basically? Kind of cool that you can see your party member and you like chat while you're running around. You said that the death penalty is relatively minor. I kind of want to see how long I can just mash attack for. That's fair. At least the first boss I had to use a potion. Although maybe if I had just gone for the attack, I would have won and been fine anyway.
So much for the element of surprise.
What? Haven't we been fighting a bunch of dudes? Okay. I don't need them now. Why are you telling me now when I'm full? What the fuck? Using items is a free action. Oh no! Oh, that's really bad. Don't like that at all. Oh man. Why would they do that? Oh my goodness. That might be when I stopped playing, to be honest. How far are we into it? 20 minutes? That sounds about right. I don't think I realized that during the boss fight. See, like, you know, I love a game like Breath of the Wild, and I love pretending like a Lionel fight is challenging, but then I just remind myself, oh, I can just pause at any time and eat a bunch of food and be at full health whenever I want to be.
Do we turn back?
There's no time.
Then what do you suggest we do?
Quiet.
That's bad. See, that's not part of the narrative around people, why people don't like this game, and that might be the worst thing I've seen.
Hey! Wait! No, don't leave me!
Let go!
No, hell no! You're my only way out of here!
Yeah, I agree, sir.
You know what?
The usage animation doesn't pause combat, so it's not 100% free. Okay.
Hey, that might get us across. Right there.
Every other Final Fantasy, there's an opportunity cost to item use, at least.
Looks that way.
I don't mind in media res at all. Almost every Final Fantasy does it.
All right, you leave this to me.
10 does it pretty masterfully, actually. Okay, so you're saying there's still some time lost to the animation of the potion proccing? That's less bad. I was worried that the implication was that I could just sit in that menu and top off whenever I felt like it, provided I had bought enough X potions at the local shop or whatever, making it even less critical for me to, like, play the game well. We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be stuff that's still going to be difficult, provided that. So I might time them too late, basically. This one was pretty popular in Japan, right? I mean, did they just plan on making 2 sequels out of the gate, or was that in response to it doing well? Much faster save on the PS3. Yeah, I watched an hour preview of Breath of the Wild. Totally sold. It paused while Link was in the middle of getting knocked flying, ate some food, and you're like, no! Yeah.
Not our lucky day.
Didn't completely tank it for me because it's still possible to get one shot, but if the master mode version of that game was just that there was some kind of time cost to eating food, that would help a lot.
Weapons down. I hate for this to turn ugly.
Turn ugly?
He wants to kill us without a fight.
Time's up!
Fine. Select auto battle. Chain gauge. It's the one that eventually fills and staggers them. Because of the way it decays, it's actually like encouraging you to mash. I guess it means that the ATB in this system isn't just effectively turn-based, but the computer is better at inputting commands. He's no longer staggered once the game ends. How much does their like dynamic position matter to like when I'm allowed to do damage or when I take damage? Is that just completely for show when they're like kind of walking around, or did I die because they happen to be standing like the pixel closer to the mob? I like that they did that. I can see the discussion like, oh man, it's so silly that in RPGs everybody stands on 2 different sides and they just kind of stand still. It's just it matters for AoEs. Do I have any control over it? I guess maybe that's interesting for enemies that are moving around randomly. That I try to like activate an AoE when they're standing somewhere that's good. The well still isn't completely poisoned. I'm still willing to be convinced by this game.
What's the matter? You quit, didn't you? You think I'm gonna go out there and just tell everybody your secrets?
My angle. I'm after the Fal'Cie.
Pulse Fal'Cie. What? I don't know if I like the dialogue being set up for them to talk over each other. I mean, that's how real people talk, but works in something like, I don't know, The Last of Us, I guess. Turn into melee when you choose a melee skill, that's about it. Okay.
On behalf of Cocoon's citizens, I would like to thank our brave false pioneers and express our best wishes for a successful relocation. Your noble and selfless sacrifice ensures the continued safety and peace of our society. Were it not for this remarkable gesture, every resident of Cocoon, your family, your friends, your neighbors, would be exposed to the dangers of the world below. By choosing to leave Cocoon and participate in this migration.
Migration? More like extermination.
Huge.
You stay here.
So sorry. I didn't mean to.
These people need heroes.
Huge is alarming. Huge is Nomura-esque.
You keep your cool.
Like this scene is Nomura-esque. Obviously, I'm sure Huge was actually designed by Nomura, but I don't hate him as a character
What's our
designer.
motto?
He's fine.
The army's no match for Nora.
That a boy.
Okay. Primarch and Cocoon. Data log updated. Oh no. I have a headache, okay. Not a real headache like I had during Bava as you, like... I need to read these. Because I need to read these, I'm sorry. I need to know what the fuck is going on. Resting in Cocoon Shadow, this is where you gotta do, like, the thing where there's a little underline over Cocoon, and I can go read a little tooltip for that. The sprawling and enigmatic lower world of Pulse is home to a multitude of terrors. Okay, so Pulse is the Earth, and Cocoon is the, like, artificial moon that's totally not Midgar? Okay. Cocoon. Several cities inside. I don't hate the idea of like an artificial moon and there are cities on the inside. That's kind of a cool sci-fi premise. And so is the whole we don't go to the surface world. It's dangerous, but secretly totally not. I'm sure the surface world is fine. Okay. Oh god. Cocoon's central government is the Sanctum. Despite the fact, what the fuck are the Falsi? Where is the sea shit? Oh my god, the one thing I really need you to tell me, game. Okay. Cocoon citizens do not even think to venture beyond the paradise they know. Got it. It's hard to not read this stuff really cynically, right? Like, I love the kinds of sci-fi that's like, you know, immerse you in a world and make you believe the fiction of that world, that like it's, you know, it's safe here and it's dangerous out there, and then being surprised and having that carefully built expectation challenged. But everything about the way that's presented tells me that Pulse is awesome, actually, and it's Cocoon that sucks big time. Maybe I'll be surprised. The data logs are not as well written as Mass
Then
Effect.
take a nap.
Really? Can I?
Oh god.
Sure. And when we're taking a dirt nap, you can save them all.
No, it's even worse.
Sir, Kingdom Hearts rejects.
No dirt naps today. We're all in this together. Our enemy's the Cocoon Sanctum, the dreaded Psycom, no less.
What's the
Falsi or
dread?
Esters?
Psychom's nothing
Are they
but a
called
whole bunch
Falsi in
of
Japanese, or are they
bluster
called,
and
what's the
They got
Japanese word
nothing
for
on Nora.
Esper?
Well, we are the
The one that never
heroes
gets
after all.
localized directly?
Let's prove it!
Yeah.
Vert, I guess that's the kind of thing that I probably don't want to know. If you want to type that stuff in, hide. I'm trying to stay as blind as possible in my opinions of the game untainted by stuff I haven't encountered yet.
Wrapped up and ready.
No worries. No, I established that I know a decent amount about it from cultural osmosis. Eidolons were Final Fantasy IX. Things and everything.
Out of here.
So does he have any special abilities? Hand grenade. Is that attack but AoE? They don't get the Phantom Beast name.
No more.
There are soldiers everywhere.
Yo, boss. What's the plan?
Charge in, guns blazing.
Hey, that's not a plan.
Real heroes don't need plans.
Really? There's all the Lost Woods, Mirrorwood, Phantom Forest, the Force of Illusion, FF6 and Force are the same name in Japanese. Yeah, right. It's like costume-driven character design.
You see that?
Or she sounds dumb in English as well. I don't even mind Lassie and Valsy. I
Same
just
plan as always. Hit 'em
wish
hard,
it was
hit 'em again.
established. I'm actually really curious if you had this exact same premise and you tried to make it 10 years earlier or 10 years later. Is this game just like the perfect intersection of all of the problems with like game design trends in the late aughts, early 2010s, you know? Like I feel like the pressure to start in the action as soon as possible, right? Was correct because you had a bunch of games like what is it, Dragon Quest VII that's like 8 hours until you get in your first battle. It's not that bad, but it's like several hours. And you don't get the job system until like 25 hours in. Marstead. Fantasy name is apostrophes or hyphens. Base case. Yeah, I don't know if you heard my rant at the beginning, Scarf, but I mentioned the Order of the Stick forum post about that exact topic. Starting the action, but keep slowing things down to explain things. I feel like explaining stuff with text shouldn't be something that's not allowed. Sometimes it's actually like very efficient to just tell the player something, you know? Like I wish Pathologic would tell me things more often. Like just have a pop-up that says, getting infected is bad. Try to avoid it. You can't trivially heal it.
Careful with those.
But I think it should be a last resort.
Don't worry.
Yeah, the
one's
Saga bar
moving
explained
the pulse
itself.
today.
And then they explained it.
We'll clear you a path out of here, so be ready
Wait! Let me fight
Yeah,
with you!
you can't expect us to just sit here.
Oh, I really don't like them talking over each other. I don't know why that feels sloppy to me.
Please, let us help!
Like they didn't bother to retime the scenes for
to... Okay then.
English VO.
Volunteers front and center.
Here, take this one. Here you go. And one for you.
Count
Go
me in!
for it. Here's yours. Take care now.
It's intentional. Oof.
Mom?
Don't worry.
Huh?
So I just
Hold it
pulled
steady.
here. Yeah, feels good.
Yep, nice.
Can you show me again?
You got it.
That's how it works.
The guy's hat is too loud to just be an NPC. You can definitely tell the difference between the randos that they don't care about.
Yeah. Moms are tough.
Right.
He's gonna be
The last
fine.
one, boss.
All right, last one. Somebody take it.
No,
She's not important.
Push comes to shove, keep him safe.
First
Don't
impression
point a
of
gun at
snow?
anyone. What the fuck?
All right, lay low and you'll be fine. We'll clear out the area. We're going home together!
He'll only lose like 5 HP.
Come on! Everybody up!
Right. New recruits, on me!
Come on.
Time to go, kiddo.
They're either covered in robes or wearing nothing. They look like all the, you know, beach
We're
town
not losing to Psychon,
folks
you
from
hear me?
Final Fantasy X. Except we're not in a beach. We're in a weird techno city. Yeah, in 10 it made sense.
Stay sharp.
But I don't know why everyone tried to like build on the ocean, given how much of a problem Sin was, but whatever.
Easier.
Sorry, boss.
You see that?
Why would I never not pick offensive? I'm just picking balance at the moment because I only have one item to switch to. But I'm trying not to just like rag on it constantly. I don't get the sense yet that this game is bafflingly bad and that everyone's gonna be like fine with me just
Bro,
like
back
shitting
us
on it
up.
constantly, like with like other M or. It was hard to come to terms with that for Final Fantasy X-2, because I remembered liking X-2, or at least having a vaguely positive impression of the combat system. That one was so baffling that I just, at the end there... Voice actors are good, but the voice direction is questionable. That's a good way to put it, yeah. I don't like the like overlapping lines thing.
Shake things up a little.
It feels like a like badly dubbed anime, which is weird because 10 doesn't feel like that. Neither did 12. Doesn't does.
Heroes don't run from fights.
What? Nobody says that, dude.
We fight and we survive.
No, I have a feeling this isn't gonna be a fun playthrough. Dialogue pacing is extremely important. Absolutely. Whoa, did one of my allies just use a potion or do some kind of heal ability that prevented me from needing to do anything? This boss fight is like actively making me sad. I like that he's a behemoth. 5 stars. Great job. Yes, I've talked about this a lot. 14 also uses models from 11. We don't need to make 12 brand new bomb models. Like once you make a definitive workable wireframe for a creature, just use it and retexture it. You get more variety in enemies when you do that than if you decide to reinvent the wheel every time.
told you, didn't I?
This is our
Moms are tough.
third weather-themed protagonist, right? Not that
Oh
tough.
my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
Oh no! All the unnamed rando characters are dying. Kinda cool though.
Get him home. Please.
Hold on!
It doesn't work if you, like, strongly forecast that the person's just gonna die, right? At least give her a name. Make her look like a protagonist, like an important party member character or something. No, I don't like that shit, Viper. It's annoying.
Come on!
Well, she was a fridge mom.
We have to move!
Right.
That also seems like a thing that maybe isn't real. People complaining about asset or code reuse. Like, it's a thing that's easy to imagine somebody getting mad about, like a hypothetical person.
It's an out-and-out massacre. Those people won't even live long enough to die on Pulse.
That was the idea.
What?
Sanctum logic. They conjured up the purge to eliminate a threat. I mean, why carry the danger all the way to Pulse? Why not just stamp it out here?
This is nonsense, and it's like the fact that it's being presented all badass by lightning doesn't help.
That's all the purge ever was.
Okay, so a test that I'll do is if you can just have Trey Parker read the same dialogue and it's funny,
Like that.
that's a problem.
You knew this was gonna happen?
The purge was SciComm. Private Sanctum troops, not the Guardian Corps.
SciComm.
Guardian Corps.
Soldiers are soldiers, aren't they?
Soldiers are, all caps, soldiers.
Pulse Foul C and their lessee are enemies of the state. Tell a soldier to kill an enemy, and you really think it's gonna matter what uniform he's wearing?
Might have mattered to that one. Couldn't shoot. Got himself shot instead.
Couldn't shoot, got himself shot instead. Like, there are
How about you?
several episodes of South Park that are just
Say
like
shoot, you pull
an
the
80s
trigger.
action movie played straight, except Trey Parker's doing all the voices.
Fine.
There's no jokes. I gotta save my baby.
Wait.
Screw you, Mr. Vice President. Right, like... Someone get Trey Parker to redub all of Lightning's lines. I'm trying to think, like, was Cloud a super rad, awesome dude? I kind of got the sense he wasn't. Or, like, you get this idea that he is in the opening mission only through comparison to these, like, Avalanche amateurs, but, like, he starts to be vulnerable basically immediately. Yeah, Cloud's a huge dork pretending to be a badass, to put it. And his dork factor is revealed, like, almost right away.
What's that? Huh?
Basically guaranteed prop.
Attention, purge deportees. Attention, purge deportees. Put down your weapons and surrender.
I've played plenty of games that introduce you to proper nouns or weird concepts that it's done in a way that feels like it's trying to provoke mystery and wondering and trying to deduce it for yourself. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is just a string of extremely confusing things for the first 10 hours of the game. But it's written and presented to you in such a way that it's kind of guiding what they expect you to expect, you know? Like, oh, this is an Earth. Oh, okay.
Just what you were looking for.
Yeah. Right in there.
The post-file C.
I can't really put my finger on why this feels bad in Disco Elysium works. It might be because games like Disco Elysium and fiction like Disco Elysium is structured to generate a finite set of expectations, right? Like, what if they let you wonder if a fal'C was like a god or a governor or a name for a crystal, right? They like tried to find ways to like shrink the subset of all possible things that the fal'C could be, and then still to give you information that removes some of those options, right?
It's too much, isn't it? Face it later. Ciao!
I was wearing a trap. Hey, had character design all along. I think people bounce out of Disco Elysium because of the tone.
You said it made you happy when I smiled, didn't you? But really, I was afraid. I was always afraid.
Yeah, I talked about this during FF7 Remake, I think. It's a tendency in a lot of like Japanese media to like, and it's maybe a problem in Western media too, but it's like
So, how do you
assuming that there's going to be at least 2 playthroughs, there's going to be a New Game Plus playthrough, and then presenting the story in a way that will only make sense on your second playthrough. Not that it will have extra value on your second playthrough, but it will only be sensical when you play it again.
Time
right?
to jump.
Hey, hey! Hey! Hang on! What the? Hey!
Have J.J. Abrams come in and do the intro, and then leave.
Damn.
Okay,
She
she's
can do
got
it, so can we.
Oh, good.
Come on, come on!
Is that how that works? Oh yeah, for sure. That's why it helps to have your Luke Skywalker character. Disco Elysium, you have amnesia.
They didn't die. They couldn't have died.
Final Fantasy X,
Of course not.
Titus isn't from this world, so he needs to have things explained to him. It helps to have a explicit audience surrogate sometimes.
Hey, get a grip, man. What's wrong with you?
Get him home. Get who home?
Some of their name choices are confusing here, because like Sanctum, if you told me we got to get to the Citadel, like okay, I have a guess of what the Citadel means. But like Sanctum makes me think of a place, not a government.
What are you doing?
Pulse makes me think of a phenomenon, not a land.
You're supposed to be the hero. She's waiting there, ain't she? Your lovely bride-to-be? Isn't it about time you picked her up?
Yeah.
Fuck. Elsie was an English word that approximated their role in society. Yeah.
Now you're talking.
I want to be careful. I don't think that that rule is universal. I don't mind that, you know, Lord of the Rings is basically a way for Tolkien to use his made-up language. But at the same time, all of the place names and character names are named that way just in Elvish, right? Like Mordor just means dark land. Gandalf means staff elf, right?
Standing there, right?
What? Fine.
Ain't gonna stop us.
I love how they give me an item that gives me a penalty to my magic stat when I literally can only physically attack, because though like that's an interesting option. Oh, I completely agree. One of my favorite games of all time is Dark Souls, where the game goes out of its way to not tell you anything, make you feel small, and make you put all this shit together on your own. And it's all about the way that they do that. Even like the opening cutscene in a game like Dark Souls or Bloodborne is basically nonsense, right? Like something that you can completely not understand on your first or second playthrough of the game and be fine. It's a magical hand grenade. You can infer a lot from janitors in their Lassie, right?
Don't go rushing in on your own.
Dark Souls is a really useful, like, standard candle for a lot of things, I think. Maybe just for me and my tastes, but...
Look, there they are.
I want every weapon ready to fire. Stay sharp.
All right, on my go.
Right.
You have this feeling that the hallway can glitch because everything is the same straight line glitch. Yeah, because, like, Tolkien was a linguist, right? And you start picking up that you're hearing the name, like, the word, the sound more in a lot of bad things. And you kind of, like, passively pick up, like, oh, that probably means dark or bad. Elves don't have that sound in their names most of the time.
That's a sad sound. Where's the soul?
That's a really good question, Snow. I hate when games, like, I don't mind when games make me feel annoyed.
Yeah?
Well,
If you
like,
don't know who
I don't
you
like
gotta
being annoyed,
save,
but
you just protect them all, right?
I think it's more honorable for a game to be annoying than for it to make me feel nothing. And right now, the story of this is not making me feel anything.
You got plenty of time for thinking on the way, hero.
Yeah.
Ready!
The sea is French for the sea. Yeah, maybe this is baffling after all.
Hey! It's us! It's us!
I think it irks me when I can tell that it's being scripted and blocked and directed in a way that I'm supposed to
When do you
care.
about kids?
Favor for a friend.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Snow! You made it!
Hey,
Yo. So,
Hey.
you really managed to use that thing?
I think I'm done.
You're done when we are.
Ow, what's it?
That's the one.
Didn't you have something to tell him?
Yeah,
All right then.
but
I'll go with you.
what?
What? I feel like we need to overlay that quote from George Lucas where he's like, I may have gone too far in a few places.
The army's no match for Nora!
Don't do that. Don't do that.
All accounted for.
okay. Let's keep it that way, all right?
I wish we were just really following Lightning closely here. Usually I praise games that will like jump between perspectives because it lets you skip boring stuff.
I'll swing by the vestige. Keep the kids out of trouble.
You got it. Say hi to the missus for me.
But right
You go
now,
skirt chasing, I take care of the kids. Some husband.
you think I'd like know the difference between Snow and Lightning and be like, okay, Lightning is badass and competent.
Don't
Snow is
worry, none of you
badass
are
and
vital.
competent.
We're still going.
You serious? What about me?
I guess Saz is comic relief, so I know something different about it. He's not just badass and competent. Instead of skipping boring stuff, we're skipping establishing things. Yeah, didn't the kid's mom do whatever? It's fine. I'm usually a big fan of games that are willing to hop perspectives. It's a thing that like basically every movie uses that video games feel restricted that they can't do because of this desire to like always be following the protagonist. Okay, so I love how we I don't yet have an entry on Falsey, do I? But I have an entry on the Pulse Falsey, which is a specific. Okay. Do we just learn this very important word an hour in? Okay. Existence beyond human comprehension. The ones responsible for Cocoon's construction are protectors of humanity. What? Humans who encounter Pulse Falsey are cursed, are turned into Lassie. See, a Lassie is like a vampire Falsey zombie thing? Okay. Falsey are god vampires that are dicks. Well, some of them are dicks. And I'm expecting that the ones that I think are dicks are actually the good guys. And the ones that are the good guys are actually the dicks, maybe. Guardian Corps, SciComm, Public Security and Intelligence Command. Antimatter manipulation principle. Oh. Can synthesize magical effects. Okay, so it's not magic, it's cool sci-fi technology. Got it. But magic is still a thing. Monsters can use it. Good dicks and the bad dicks. There you go. The random civilian kid who actually has a JRPG costume and wasn't a random civilian kid, but actually super important all along. So I think the word, well, this is mean, and I don't think this is going to stay true for the whole game, but I think the word hallway is inappropriate. I think treadmill is more accurate for the way like the levels are laid out.
You okay?
I want to tell him.
I assume that's going to change. I'm very like, if anything, I'm prejudiced against the hallway simulator her complaint.
You know how to fly this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. In you go.
Why are we not dealing with the... Why do we even bother with the mom dying thing? If we're not going to process it.
If we go in there, that thing could... It could make us l'Cie. This is... I don't think I can...
I don't want to be
What are you two doing?
a sired vampire. A thrall. Alright, the Fal'Cie are the White Walkers, and l'Cie are whites. Go with that. Yeah, it was for snow.
Get back here! You hear me?
So I said she got fridged.
The pulse Fal'Cie. It held our future. And our fate.
I think once this is all done, after I played the 13 games and 15, hopefully 16 will be out by then, and that'll be a breath of fresh air, but I kind of just want to go and play 10 again. Because I think I'll appreciate 10 with these games as a foil for it, right?
Well then...
I remember being very steadfast in my 6 is the best. That's my favorite Final Fantasy opinion, but...
Guess it's just us.
What did you expect?
What the fuck?
Even soldiers know not to go near the Fal'Cie. You become a pulse l'Cie, and you're finished.
What do you mean, finished?
Haven't you heard, Miss...
Vanille.
Huh?
My name. And yours?
Hope.
Yeah. Right on, sir.
Thank you. What were we thinking?
Well, since we're here, let's look around.
I think I'm gonna, like, slowly shake my head a lot in this game.
Oh, check this out.
Hey! Vanille, where are you?
6 is still my favorite Final Fantasy, but I think 10's just, like, extremely solid in terms of
That's...
Sakaguchi becoming a good storyteller with lots of practice. It has themes. It has well-defined character motivations. It does a good job of introducing a character to a weird world.
No daydreaming now.
And introducing the audience to a weird world that's getting you to ask the right, most interesting questions. I love that they're like, we can't just give them a regular weapon. They gotta have some weird shit. Ten was the last Sakaguchi Final Fantasy, yeah.
Okay, back to exploring.
I don't even know that, because, like, Lost Odyssey's pretty good, but don't think it's better than 10. And Blue Dragon, I think he was trying to make like a Dragon Quest fan game, and I think it succeeds in that respect. I didn't play, what was it, Last Story? It's another post-Square Sakaguchi game. go backwards to get a thing? Oh my goodness. Hey, we got a room that's in a hallway.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Ian fucking Gillan from Deep Purple. Originator of the role of Jesus Christ in Jesus Christ Superstar. I love that that song appears in
How are we supposed to get out of
Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. And I can't prove it because I didn't say anything, but I'm like, you know what song would be perfect for this game? Eternity from Blue Dragon, and then like the very next boss fight it played. It's like the game was speaking to my soul directly. I love the name of the song in the game files for Barkley Shut Up and Jam is like... This song is sung by the fucking guy from Deep Purple, holy shit. .mp3 or something like that. The stocks of shops change as you proceed. Thanks.
I thought this place was supposed to be empty.
Little spot guys? Okay. There's a chance for that to happen, or is it based on me bumping into them when they're not aware of me on the field?
Sorry! Yay, us!
What's wrong with her?
Good question.
Please don't go looking for trouble.
And it has random German. Oh boy. Zergus Dwarf. Okay, thanks. Wait, did I get some kind of indicator that this new shop was available, or am I just expected to look at the shop every time I hit a save point? 13 speedrun is mostly just juking enemies. Whoa, the camera is kind of weird. I don't know how to describe it. The first encounter dropped this shotgun. So I don't hate the idea of enemies dropping shops. Is it a random drop, or was it scripted to drop from that enemy? Was it one that I was forced to fight? I worry that this game's going to do... It's not going to be like Final Fantasy XIV, but it's going to train me that I don't have to pay attention to it. And then something actually cool is going to happen and I'm going to miss it because I've been trained that it doesn't matter. All enemies guard areas limited by their field of vision. If trespassers observed, a warning icon will appear. No contact with an enemy, a battle will begin. Okay, that's my answer.
That?
Gotcha.
No daydreaming now. Take this!
Yeah, we'll see. I don't hate the setting concept. I usually don't. I think most ideas for settings are cool. I think of like a setting concept that I just hate and think is unsalvageable or unworkable.
Where is he?
It's been treating me.
You're gonna regret this.
I'm trying to see how long I can go only spamming the attack button and not using items or doing anything else. Deceptisol. Okay. I can't put my finger on why the camera feels weird. It's like the game doesn't actually want to be over the shoulder, but the camera keeps having to force adjust to make it over the shoulder, if that makes sense.
You really don't get it.
Pulse Falsey and Lassie are bad news. That's why Cocoon kicked them out. Live too close to the Falsey, one-way ticket to Pulse. That's the purge in a nutshell.
If they catch us here, they'll purge us too. And
What's
then...
your problem?
What's my... Pulse is hell on Earth.
We'll be okay. Calm down.
Get off me.
Sarah? Huh? Can you hear me? Where are you?
Don't worry, Sarah. Your hero is on his way.
Could use a sense of personal space, yeah.
Wonder what that's for.
I think an important thing for me is that, like, the characters are set up in such a way that after spending a little bit of time with them, if you were to propose a situation that they would get into, that I would either already know how they would react to it based on how they've been characterized up to that point, or the scene would reveal something about the character that I didn't previously know that would, you know, get in the way of what I was expecting them to do and teach me something new. Like, you know, Waka in Final Fantasy X, finding out that Waka is kind of racist toward the Al Bhed. Right? It's not completely unexpected because you find out that he's pretty religious, and you can make the connection, like the transitive property of religion in that game. Here it's like Snow will badassly and competently deal with a problem. Lightning will badassly and competently deal with a problem. Saz will comic reliefly stumble into dealing with the problem just fine. Yanil will bubble her way into solving the problem, right? Like, I don't know what any of their weaknesses are.
Bring it on!
Hope is sad and baffled. Snow's weakness is not having hopes. I don't even Snow's weakness is not having hopes, Mom. Yeah, right. No, I think it's really good instructive comparison. You get Yuna in her first scene. Titus is really well established quite early. Waka's well established, Lulu's well established. I guess Kimari isn't, but they play up that mystery about him so that in the first scene where he like actively talks to you is kind of surprising. Snow doesn't have a soft spot for kids, but that was he immediately helped some kids,
Just hold
which
on.
so far hasn't been supported in the fiction at all. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stories, but especially video games, forget to give you a baseline with the characters to contextualize the story for them. Right. I don't even really get the sense that Snow is particularly different from his buddies, right? Like, I guess that's another thing that, like, Riku is established as being different from her Al Bhed companions. Because she speaks common and she's, you know, less willing to just beat the shit out of you for no reason. That's a difference. That's true.
Still won't budge? I think the door is winning.
Why didn't I listen?
Beg your pardon?
I feel like if we're gonna do a thing where there are people from Pulse,
This is my fault.
we could have somebody who's a dummy
Cover
from
your
Pulse
ears.
be here that we follow at the beginning.
Blast charge? Oh wait, hold on. All right, hold. All right, go for it. Make it happen.
I'm so sorry. Please let me in. Please?
Hey, stock lightning noise. We need to reinvent the wheel on that one.
Hey,
Some Foley artist in the 70s.
how'd you open it? After you.
Shrouds are special single-use aerosols. Okay. Sorry, I'm just amused at, like, Axe body spray being a core mechanic in Final Fantasy 13. You can also cast Deodorize on yourself in Final Fantasy 11 because certain enemies detected you by scent. Tactical Axe body spray. It's not Axe body spray though, it's a shroud.
Folks can learn a thing or two about interior design.
Axe body spray. There you go. Could you put the apostrophe after the A and the X, and there's no T? Just because it would be pronounced exactly the same, right? Will suffice. I think this game is going to be fun. I think I'm going to have fun playing it. I think I need to start going through my grieving process. This isn't going to be the next good Final Fantasy. I might end up having to be 16. Because what little I've seen of 15 doesn't fill me with confidence, but that one might have a really cool core gameplay loop, at least, maybe? I don't know.
Don't scare easy, do you?
You had to wait 80 minutes to introduce that mechanic, because the intro was 2 mechanics dense as is. Yeah, that's fair, Aki. Someone else can see it while I'm playing it, so I can, like, gym face a little bit. I just don't want to, like, be a downer bummer if, like, everybody likes it. That's how I feel about, Final Fantasy 14. Like, I'm actively depressed to play that game right now because the stuff that frustrates me about it, like, literally no one agrees with me. Because the people who agree with me stopped playing it long before getting a few hours into A Realm Reborn.
No reason to go picking
So I just feel like I'm a Debbie Downer all the time. Of course. Axe body spray. We're gonna call it something cool like Shroud.
You think some kind of welcoming present from that first recon team they sent in?
Yeah. There's an audience filtering or selection process that happens for, like, good not live service games, but games that are constantly getting dev attention like that. Where, like, the only person who's sunk 500 hours into Factorio, for example, is someone who's already pretty tolerant of the way Factorio is already structured, you know? And so, like, it's harder and harder for the community over time to see it with fresh eyes anymore. RuneScape has this problem, too. The quests in old school RuneScape are calibrated in such a way that if you approach them with the minimum stats and the gear that you should be able to obtain by yourself, but they're all super doable, with exactly one exception. There's a boss that does damage based on like your percentage max health, which is a very unusual mechanic in the game. But it basically requires you to take one of your stats like 20 levels higher than the minimum in order to have a chance at succeeding at it. I'll talk to that with some of the RuneScape community, like, hey, this kind of seems overtuned. And literally no one agrees. Right? Because if they were to make it easier, then that would be EasyScape, and that's not acceptable. You can never patch something to be easier. Or invalidate grinds or whatever, right? Which is like a double-edged sword of the game. Like, I like that the devs are careful not to invalidate past grinds and to not, like, have a patch that just makes something trivial. That bums me out about Final Fantasy XIV, that I only have a brief window to experience the content as intended before it gets nerfed through math changes, you know? I love how all this stuff has like a magic component that doesn't matter yet. Yeah, right, Arky. So I don't know that that problem, that audience selection problem, even exists for these standalone single-player games. Like Final Fantasy XIII that came out once, you know, 10 years ago, and then people either played it or they didn't. So I think that even if you were having a bad time, or even if you came out of it with a vaguely negative perception, it's not that big of a deal to ask you to sink, what, 49 hours into it, I guess, compared to 4,000 hours in RuneScape or 2,000 hours in Final Fantasy or whatever, you know. An example where the potion timing actually mattered, but I still hate that it's a free action. It causes me pain. Yeah, there's... I can't understand how, after, like, missing deadlines so consistently, not Nomura, but, you know, the Nomura-type folks at Square are consistently still getting projects. I think my Stranger of Paradise is a honeypot for those people theory is, like, hilarious, but might actually be kind of true.
Those things are still
the Nomorans. The ancient Nomorans.
Here too. Except they'd probably be l'Cie by now. Huh? Not even human anymore.
It didn't end up going too far until 14 failed, right? Where they like put a director on there who actively wanted to distance himself from Final Fantasy.
There's the next one.
We are not cutting away from characters at like exciting or unexciting times. We're just cutting for no reason. Unmotivated perspective changes.
Nothing to worry about.
Pulse l'Cie are zombies. If we touch that thing, we'll become a Pulse l'Cie. If we become a Pulse l'Cie, that would be bad.
No problem.
Alci are statue vampires. Statue vampire gods. Pulse Falsi are statue vampire gods. Sorry, l'Cie are Mass Effect husks. Whites.
All right.
This and Final Fantasy 14 1.0 came out within a year of each other.
Your
Wow.
hero's on the way.
Was that their first big wake-up call that they may have like tanked the brand irreparably? The 14 1.0?
Hang on, baby. Your hero's on the way.
I feel like there's a weird game review problem with these games. Like, what does Final Fantasy X-2 have on Metacritic? It needs to be like below a 50, I think, when you consider what's actually in that product.
He is here. Calling himself
85%.
hero.
I guess that's true if you play like the first 2 hours, maybe only.
He's coming our way.
What should I do?
Tell him what you need to.
But nothing I say will change what happened.
We could just run away.
Something about Yanil's performance is very strange to me. It's not just her accent. It's like they didn't show the actor what the in-game performance looked like for her to try to match, I guess. Which game is it? There's some Elder Scrolls game where, like, infamously the voice actors just read each dialogue line in alphabetical order, right? Oblivion. It's a stretch to call this a puzzle so far, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised. I think the Skyrim's voice acting's kind of uninspired. Too much of it, too. Directed to imitate the Japanese voice actors' mannerisms like anime noises. Is there a like a Japanese accent that often gets localized to British?
No daydreaming now.
English speaking just happens to be British. Okay. I'm just curious, because I know that like sometimes they'll do like if somebody talks like an old-timey samurai, they'll make them sound like a person from medieval England, right? Where to solve? Oh, ew. I don't know, why does that gross me out? I don't like the idea of a trivial item giving you the 3 most powerful buffs in the game. I guess we'll see how trivial it actually is. There's some weird voice acting jank in Final Fantasy X. I don't want to hold that game up as like picture of modern JRPG perfection or anything. Like, there's definitely weird grunting from every character, not just Yuna. Like, Titus does it a lot too. But generally, I feel like all the voice actors have pretty good character and they're well directed. There's a lot of lines that stick with me from 10 because of they're delivered well and memorably. Like, once Lady Yuna fixes her hair, we leave. Like, yeah, that's exactly what he should sound like in that scene. Cool. Her accent's Australian? I haven't heard her talk about it, to be honest.
No daydreaming now.
Also, the voice acting mix is way quieter than the BGM and sound effects, so I still can barely hear it in my headphones.
Well, that wasn't scary at all. Some of the really quick response lines are they're like trying to like match it to the existing lip flaps as much as possible. Lots of that from Titus, actually. I don't care, right? So I kind of wish I didn't watch that opening cutscene because I'm pretty sure they showed Vanille on Pulse. So if they're trying to do a thing where like people from Pulse are Australian, I don't know anything about Pulse, but oh, so okay, so they're even zombier zombies. So they're, we cut away? Oh wait, no, it was just a battle transition. I thought we were gonna like cut to Snow's perspective to justify him being the protagonist of this fight, and then start the battle. And maybe it's like if you touch a fal'Cie, you get turned into a White Walker the way they turn babies into White Walkers. But if you suck at that, you get turned into a shitty white.
How did you get in here? You gotta leave. Okay, listen. Find some place to hide and keep quiet. Once I find Sarah, we'll all leave together. You'll be home in time for dinner.
You...
Wait!
See her infected with the dark side.
Who's
Seeds have gone hollow.
My wife. Future wife, that is. She's a Pulse l'Cie.
What?
She's here somewhere, along with that fal'Cie. I gotta find her and set her free.
What's wrong with you? Why do you want to help
Sorry,
l'Cie?
right, she's a zombie. For a second I thought she was a statue vampire god.
You're not...
Because the names are confusing.
That's insane.
Probably. But I gotta do something, right? I'll be back.
Is he gonna be like Conrad Werner from Mass Effect where he keeps talking about his wife?
Should we wait around for him?
You're like, is she
hitch a
real?
ride?
I'd rather go to Pulse. Why is this happening to me? When they found the fal'Cie the other day, we were just visiting Bodum. But the army took us, threw us on that train. And because of that guy, Mom is...
Probably shouldn't leave them alone.
And he wants to help l'Cie?
The
Hey again.
piano music.
Hey,
I love that now he's having an emotional reaction because this rando we just ran
talk to
into.
him, Hung. If
I mean, I
you
guess
don't take
he
this
saw him
chance,
before,
you regret it forever.
but it didn't seem particularly invested in Snow until now.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh man, this is a video game.
What's gotten into you, soldier? Thought you came for a fight.
My sister.
Your sister?
She's a Lassie.
What? A pulse Lassie?
The Fal'Cie has her
Cocoon
captive,
Lassie.
but I'll find her.
Is she still... Hey, what was her focus? When she became a Lassie, what did the Fal'Cie order her to do? It wasn't blow up Cocoon or anything like that, was it?
I wonder if there's like an INI file I can edit for the volume settings. If someone can help me out and Google that, let me know. I will take a break to go set that.
Listen to me. When a person gets cursed by a Fal'Cie, they become a Lassie, and they get given a focus, right?
Oh my god. You've passed the need to do an as you know now.
How do I put this? If they
It's
don't
worse
carry
if
it
you...
out, Lassie end up as one of those things. What I'm saying is, if your sister's gone that far, I mean, she
They
might
ordered
still...
her to rekindle the first flame.
How can I... Oh, man. There's no way to turn a Lassie back into a human. Even if she completes her focus, there's no changing her fate. She'll live her life as a Fal'Cie slave.
As you know.
Don't make her suffer.
Just say it.
See, I feel like that's a
Any
scene
Lassie,
that...
anyone who might
Can
ever
I
be...
pause without skipping? Okay. That's a scene where the stuff that Saz just said has been established, not just in the codex, but in previous cutscenes, right? And I could feel the emotional weight of it much more strongly if he just reacted emotionally and didn't like deliver any exposition, but was just like, oh God, are you serious? Right? And like didn't say anything about what that meant, just conveyed to me that that is bad. And it's like she's already dead, right?
Kama Lassie should be wiped off the face of Cocoon.
Whoa, when I paused it, the audio got even quieter.
It's people like you that started the purge in the first
Whoa, what the fuck?
place.
Let's see if it gets better. Don't pause during cutscenes, apparently, because it drops the voice volume down to 10.
That's a secret.
Yeah, explaining terminal cancer. Yeah, but I would love for the "we have to kill your sister" thing to be something that was conveyed emotionally instead of with exposition, right? Because you could still convey the same thing.
Soldiers who came in to search.
You know what that means, right? Right, and then to leave it to the audience to figure it out. Okay, weird. It's quieter in my headphones. I'll try to figure it out. Like, zombie fiction would handle that effortlessly, and I guess they could piggyback on the idea that you already know what a zombie is, right? But even if you didn't, I feel like you could do a scene where you have an earlier scene that establishes that people who get bit by zombies turn into zombies, and then the next scene is with two different characters. And one of them's like, my sister got bit. And the other character's like, oh God, are you okay with what we might have to do, right? Say it ominously, and you're like, okay, well. I guess you have all of the information in 10 to deduce that something fucked up is going on with the pilgrimage. You might not figure out what it is exactly, but it's pretty clear early on that Titus doesn't have the full picture. Just from, like, the way dialogue is written and the way characters deliver lines. You know. I just noticed the little animation on their screen. That's actually kind of cool. The UI is still very polished. That's something that Square I don't think has ever gotten wrong. Mm-hmm. It works nicely as a reveal, because I think it's the kind of reveal that by the time you get the reveal, you should be suspecting something already, because it's been well established. Yeah, Saz is your comedy relief everyman. They could do the rubber duck debugging thing and have Saz literally deliver exposition to his chocobo. Yeah, right. See ya, prop. Happy anniversary. You might be able to watch the live VOD and increase speed. That's possible on Twitch now, right? To catch up to live. I think thinking Saz is the best character so far and liking Saz aren't necessarily the same thing. Still comes across as pretty flat. The main feature I get from him is that he's like less comically, you know, Matrix competent than all the other characters we've met so far who can kickflip off rockets and do anything and be completely safe all the time. It's a gun and a bird, and he's all out of bird. But I'd rather have a, like, potentially vulnerable, potentially human character who might be in danger at some point than kickflip gods. I really want to try to examine this, though. I worry that badass characters like Lightning do nothing for me because I'm just like a snob. I can't just let people have their fun, you know? Like going on about like character vulnerability and weakness and stuff is just because I'm a pretentious snob. Because I have good friends that I've had strong disagreements about, like the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Having scenes where people kickflip off missiles. I'm like, oh, that's badass and cool. And I'm like, no, it makes me feel nothing. There's no tension in this scenario, right? Yeah, I suppose that's true, sir. Neil has this weird, like, wild girl, she'll get away with anything invincibility to her, if that makes sense. But it's a different kind of invincibility, at least, than Lightning's. Metal Gear Rising has an element of self-parody, so it works in some respects. I used to play college ball, nanomachine stuff is funny, but a lot of it was grating for me. And I think that started with Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, which has a missile kickflip. Yeah, there you go, Manic Pixie Dream Girl. But she's like an invincible Manic Pixie Dream Girl, or her Manic Pixie Dream Girlness confers to her a narrative character shield. I don't know, maybe they'll kill her later and I'll be proven completely wrong. No. Have room in your heart for Kingdom Hearts, Twin Peaks, and Better Call Saul. Three pretty different styles of media. I think I only start to get frustrated, Yukipo, and it feels like it's using hallmarks of... Like, the scene is constructed in such a way that you're supposed to, like, feel an emotion for a character, but it's, like, completely unearned, right? I don't mind something that's just over-the-top, ridiculous power fantasy, as long as it knows what it is and it doesn't pretend like it's something different. Like, there are sad piano scenes in Devil May Cry that you're meant to take seriously. There aren't any of those in Bayonetta, and Bayonetta works better for me because of that.
That girl's a Lassie.
I already told you that.
Post-Lassie are the enemies of Cocoon.
No, this is
So
interesting.
they should die?
Listen, if she fails her focus, you know how that'll end.
And killing her is a mercy?
You came.
Sarah!
So we could have just skipped the entire previous scene, because that conveyed the same amount of information.
Sarah.
Is that...
They were the same? I feel like I've heard this motif before. Is this one featured in
Hands off.
Theater
I'm
Rhythm
taking
Final
her
Fantasy or something?
Sis.
I'm not your sister. You couldn't protect her. It's your fault she...
can save us.
Sarah?
You can save us. Protect us all. Save Cocoon.
Save Martha.
Cocoon? Sarah, that was your focus?
Well, shit. That's non-specific.
Leave it to me, you'll see. I'll protect Cocoon. I'll save everyone.
Somehow. I'll make things right.
You just relax.
Thank you.
Sarah!
You know, what was up with Lightning and Sarah's parents? Who's the older sister? Is it Lightning? I'm not letting you get away with one of those hippie names.
Sarah! Sarah!
Why is she turning to crystal?
Lassie who fulfill their focus are transformed into crystal and gain eternal life.
Just like the stories say.
Sarah, sweet dreams.
Okay.
Sweet dreams? She's not sleeping! Sarah's... She's...
She's alive.
No.
The legend. Remember the legend. Lassie who fulfilled their focus turn to crystal and gain eternal life. It's the same with Sarah. Eternal life. She's not dead! Sarah's my bride-to-be, I promise to be hers forever. I don't care how many years I have to wait.
It's over! Open your eyes and face reality!
Sarah, does becoming a lessee really mean losing everything?
The earthquake, she just falls to the ground and shatters. Like, well, that removes any ambiguity there. She's dead. She's dead.
The target is almost in place. Surface team, what is your status?
Good to go. Resistance is under control. The assault proceeds as planned.
I feel like that's another scene that
Leave no trace.
isn't
The pulse vestige
unsalvageable. It was just presented in a way that was too fast and hard for me to feel the investment they wanted me to feel. Like, I'm not opposed to the idea of it being a surprise that the character that Snow is trying to save and the character that Lightning is trying to save are in fact the same character. Whoa, that's a cool idea. Yeah, future wife, bride to be. Just say fiance, it's fine. Say girlfriend.
What's happening?
Must be a sanctum strike. Bring down the vestige and the foul sea right with it.
Aren't they taking it back to Pulse? That's what the patch was, right?
All they care about is getting everything from Pulse off
See,
the
this
crew.
one's interesting.
Dead or alive, it's all the same.
The story in this is baffling to me in a different way from 12 and a different way from 10-2. They're all different teams, right? Yeah, right, for the lip flaps.
I'll be right back.
I thought Darkstar
Hold
said
on.
that they manually retimed everything, so...
Trench coat, where you going?
Date with the foul sea. Got some things to talk about.
What? You gonna ask it to help her? Are you out of your mind, kid? That thing wants to chew us up and spit us out.
Well, what do you want me to do?
What?
Lightning?
Here we go.
Weird rock sting. Alright, so let me try to articulate here. Final Fantasy X-2 feels bad because it feels like there's no story. There's no direction. No one is particularly invested in telling whatever Final Fantasy X-2 is trying to say, right? Like, so it's just like a disconnected group of different teams that are all trying to tell little mini-game stories, I guess. Final Fantasy 12 feels weird in the sense that someone was very invested in telling a story, but that story was one about, like, the setting and, like, armies and nations and leaders and not JRPG protagonists. And then they kind of got tasked with, okay, well, how do we fit a JRPG party into this? And how do we give them stuff to do that doesn't break our cool idea for, like, the plots of nations, right? This one feels weird in that, and this is a very common feeling you'll get in video games and especially in, like movies, that you can kind of see what the scene was going for. You can imagine, like, the screenplay or the script version of it. But then the actual thing that's on the screen is compromised in some way, or it's paced weirdly, or it doesn't land the way that it was clearly intended to land. So like I said, I don't think the idea of Lightning's sister is Snow's fiance, and she's been turned into crystal, and that's sad, is, like, irredeemably bad. And I also don't think hopping perspectives at the beginning of the game is necessarily bad. I wish it wasn't happening so frequently. I wish that we did an entire lightning sequence, got to the point where she ran into her sister, faded, started with Snow from the beginning of his story, right? So that we were almost borderline forgetting about lightning. And so far, it doesn't seem like it was relevant that Vanille and Hope were here at all. I think just cutting them entirely, introducing them later, would be better. Would be more efficient. Yeah, pacing.
The Fal'Cie.
Sarah's a crystal now. You gave her a focus, and she did it. You got what you want. Now let her go!
The idea of having a focus is kind of cool.
Please, turn her back. I'll be your l'Cie instead!
Fine. You go on begging. Like this thing gives a damn what we want!
Lightning!
It's like
It's this thing's fault the purge started.
attacking the Genova tank.
It's people who are dying. Sarah told us to save Cocoon. That means this thing needs to die. What?
Come on now. You really think you can kill a Fal'Cie?
Good luck with
doing
that.
this for Sarah.
Dodge. Kind of a cool.
I'm in. As long as you don't mind an amateur. I got these things. Might as well use them.
Thanks.
Still only have one attack command, right? Yeah. Technically. Oh, I have a big fear now that it's going to be like Persona 3 and I have to... Most of the game is going to be babying the potion command. My allies won't do it. Right. So far, honestly, the soundtrack hasn't really been doing it for me. I like that main theme. I think there's like, it's like a waterway. It starts with an S. There's a track that has the main theme featured prominently in it. That's in Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy that I like a lot. But right now, I can barely hear the BGM, to be honest. Overall, like the battle sound effects and stuff. I hope there's like an ini file I can edit to adjust that. Like, basically every Uematsu Final Fantasy track makes me feel something. Snow, like, blinded by the light, ripped up like a douche. Another runner in the night. Oh, I'm surprised he even did one song in this game. Okay. Doctor's code.
Where are we?
What's going on?
I would at least have another, like, tactical attack option at this point. Now, Spiky, you were saying that, like, this game's all about high-level decisions, but I guess when there's only one decision at the beginning of the game, I guess maybe two. High level, are you proccing potions or are you attacking? No, it was just chaos. What was the name of the boss? Okay, is it like the 10-2 anima? Anima kind of just means spirit, right? I said 10-2, I just meant 10. Graphics, that actually looks kind of cool. I guess the sarcophagus and maybe kind of looks like it.
When I couldn't see a future, and I was afraid.
Insurance company is crying.
And it hurt to see. I'd just close my eyes.
It's a good thing they already considered Sarah's quest completed. Lots of questions about the whole focus thing, like, is it like, okay, you're now currently on the pathway to having your quest be completed? Well, in that case, why didn't you get turned into crystal immediately? We'll see. Weird mutant bird. This is a choice.
The whole game's here tonight. How'd that happen? Don't know. Destiny? More like dumb luck. Let's go find
Hey, that's Belgamine.
Excuse me.
See you around. You know. No,
Stop.
but I want
That
to.
is enough.
You just missed her. She said she'd be at the usual place.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Now, who'd you say you were looking for?
Here goes.
Struggling to imagine what information I could get now. Going back here, right? Like, sometimes flashing back after your in media res opening makes a ton of sense, but
Maybe I was. I was hoping that tomorrow I can tell my sister. She'll be so mad, knowing I hid it from her.
Don't worry. I'll take the blame for you. You know, you should ask for something bigger. These are wish-granting fireworks, like in the stories.
Stories, huh? The sea who fulfill their focus. They become crystal and gain eternal life.
Would help if they gave you some clue about what you're supposed to do. We'll figure this thing out. You will never be one of those monsters.
So what will I be? A crystal?
Yesterday at the store, I got us something.
So she's a bit zombie,
Don't
but
know
not
much
everyone
about
knows she's a
jewelry.
bit zombie, otherwise they'd be like Saws and trying to pull a gun on her. I guess the comparison fails. Gotta have a pendant.
I will stand by you, no matter what happens. I'm yours forever. Sarah. My one, my only. Will you marry me?
Yes.
She said yes!
She's got her zombie bite that's bandaged, okay. Just confirming that, like, she's intentionally trying to hide it before she gets her quest, her focus. So it seems like the zombie bite is... Except the zombie bite doesn't turn you into a mindless monster, it turns you into a drone that does a quest, and then you turn into a crystal.
Gotta love these fireworks. They granted my wish.
Your wish?
Before I asked you to marry me, I wished that you would say yes.
Then maybe they'll grant mine, too.
What's that?
To have the courage to tell Lightning that I've become a Lassie.
Hey, our engagement is way bigger news. Oh man, I can't wait to see her face.
Sludge zombie or petrified?
She'll be my new sister.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hey, Snow?
Yeah.
I feel like showing snippets of this in the action scene maybe would have worked better.
close.
This feels really strange now. As like a full contiguous scene.
Gorgeous.
They're basically telling me, hey, remember when you were confused earlier why everyone was all emotional when she turned into a crystal? This is why you should have felt something back then.
Just you and me.
At least you pick a good lawnmower man, instead of eating your friend's brains. Yeah. I know there's a very frustrating Rick and Morty joke about in media res, where making fun of a character for not starting their story where it begins instead of where it gets interesting, blah 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 blah. I generally like in media res as a narrative device. But this is like the exact opposite of when you should use it, I think. And that's where I was saying, I wonder if this game as a concept would have worked if it was made 10 years earlier or 10 years later, if it was just the perfect confluence of like developer pressures in 2009. This game was made for aliens who don't experience linear time. The guys from The Longest Journey. Abnaxis. Final Fantasy 13 superfan.
Is this for real?
Lake Brescia. This is a cool set piece. I don't hate it.
This must be Lake Brescia? guess we fell from up there. And the lake turned to crystal?
Help me out here. I mean, did the Foul Sea do this? How in the world did we end up here?
How should I know?
We're alive. How?
Sarah!
I don't think we should have met Vanille or Vanille and Hope at all at this point.
Sarah saved us!
Sarah, listen. It's all your fault. She got...
Hey! Watch out!
Oh, do I have abilities now? That would be cool.
What did I just do?
You used magic. You used the power of the sea. The Foul Sea cursed us. We're the sea now.
Right.
Paradigm system. I don't know, it seems like getting cursed is pretty rad. Now I have a video game to play. You assign characters roles. Switch between paradigms. Press left bumper to access your party's paradigm deck. Jesus Christ. Each paradigm assigns roles to the members of your party. Helps to find the spells and abilities available to a party member, as well as their general behavior in combat. So it's like shifting their jobs, but they come as a set of jobs, and then their jobs mostly play out automatically. Relentless Assault is an offensive paradigm in which multiple attackers coordinate their efforts. I feel like if they were going to do this, they should just drop the ability to input manual commands for the main character, right? Just go all in on paradigms. It's almost like the natural evolution of gambits, kind of. Except you're switching them dynamically in combat. Allies, restore HP and remove status odds. Switching to Solidarity will cast no role of a Sentinel. Vanille will change to Medic. Oh no, is there an animation every time? I was kind of hoping I could just do this dynamically from like turn to turn here. How much can I depend on auto battle in actuality? Like, do I still have to input commands constantly if I have it on auto, or is it just selecting attack for me automatically? Tear of frustration. Mood. Fight them or scan them. Okay.
So we
I guess
really
it's
are
still
listening.
only going to pick between attack and item for
Looks like it.
You too.
lightning in either case, right?
Right here.
Okay.
Let's see to the last.
That's nice that it can mark you on a place you can hide.
I don't even know you. But you have to go and attack that thing?
Excuse me.
Just leave me alone. It's your fault. It's your fault,
No, my question was, Lightning currently doesn't have any special abilities on her designated roles, right?
Sarah's fault.
Watch it.
Snow turns into a tank right now, and Vanille turns into a healer, but Lightning is still attack and blitz.
Sorry.
Hope had to be here so he could get cursed.
Everything is gonna be all right. You'll see. Come on. Off we go.
See, huh?
Yep. We're all playing for Team Pulse now.
So she gets Ruin and Thunder. She gets Ruin as a commando and Thunder as a Ravager. Okay. I have to cast Libra. I feel like this should have been the very first thing that popped up. Again, not unsalvageable. The idea that the entire party are cursed and that we've seen what happens to someone who's cursed, they turn into crystal, is an interesting setup. I don't hate it. How are we going to get out of this one, folks? Right? There's no salvation once you turn into a zombie. A10 gifts. Brightly exploding fireworks. Fabulous exploding star crystals. Ruins. Rot cocoon. Yeah, currently I'm not convinced that the name anime. Well, I mean, other than Darkstar being like, did you notice the name of it? If I had seen it, I would have been like, oh, okay, they just mean the word spirit. Like how they kept using the names of summons for like random trash mobs in Final Fantasy 12. But maybe they're like espers, I don't know.
Okay, if we don't know our focus, how do we complete it?
I think I saw it.
Yeah, like I said, Mass Effect handles codexes perfectly.
That
You don't need to know why there aren't windows on ships to enjoy
They
Mass
don't
Effect,
spell it
but
out
if you
with
read the
clear-cut
codex entry, it's kind of a neat little
All you
factoid.
get
Oh, that's
is a
cute.
hazy glimpse. Well, you know, that's what they say. You know, legends and all. Legends. Yeah.
Did you see anything?
I just... It's all kind of foggy, but I saw this big, towering...
What? Wait a minute. Hold on now. Do we all have the same dream?
Ragnarok.
The Reapers.
So, we all saw the same dream.
This is also weird, like,
We all heard that same voice.
why didn't we see that? Okay, it's fine.
You mean that was our focus? But how are we supposed to know what to do from that?
That's the tricky part. The dream's the only hint the fal'Cie gives us. Figuring out what to do with it, that's our job.
Okay. We're Pulse l'Cie, right? Enemy's a cocoon. So, does that mean that our focus is... Are we supposed to...
Save her.
Say what?
Our focus is to protect Cocoon.
Really? Okay. And why's that?
Sarah told us. Let's do it. We're all in this together. I'm gonna look for Sarah. She ought to be nearby.
I'll come too! Wait!
Jeez. Yeah, that boy can't stay still.
Really?
Lord works in mysterious ways. I feel like the fal'Cie are just like complete frauds. They're just fucking... They're like cold readers. Like, it seems like this whole focus thing is the equivalent of, like, getting a fortune cookie. Was I not gaining XP before this? Oh no. I'm worried about a thing called the Crystarium. Isn't so bad at the moment. Okay. Extend the line of Christogenesis. Resume Christogen points. I feel like this doesn't need to have a UI. Like, the sphere grid needed a UI because it was huge. This could just be a list, right? And that would be fine. Okay. It's a cool list.
We need to find a way out of here. We can worry about everything else later.
You ever seen the programming humor subreddit? They have an offshoot subreddit. I forget what it's called. It's like bad UI challenges or something. It's like people competing to try to make the worst possible UI to like enter your phone number in a form. Should do that for like a JRPG advancement UI. But okay, so who's allowed to be a commando is gated based on their rank in the party? Like only the leader is allowed to be a commando, or no? Oh, I can make my own. Okay. No, roles are based on characters? Does this mean that Lightning and Snow will never be able to be medics? Every character role pair gets its own Crystarium. What number reset to 0? Yeah, I don't actually hate this. It's completely fine. It's just like this could have just been a list and it would have been fine. It's really hold on. Right, I have to hold the A button. Oh, you had to do the tightest limit break minigame to increase the counter by 1, and if you miss, the number reset to 0. I see. Yeah. It's funny.
I'll go scope things out ahead. Watch the other play.
What was it? You know, I don't know if I can put my finger on it. It's not as bad as I was worried it was going to be. I love that if you don't have an AoE attack, she just runs around and swords each of them one by one. It's quite funny. It's not that bad. The name sounds very Nomura-esque, right? It can't just be called the abilities list, right? Even Sphere Grid is a pretty, like, utilitarian name for what it is. Whirlwing stuff. Improved potions. I guess I have non-potion forms of healing now.
That's a lot of enemies.
Yeah, it looks like Commando and Ravager. Ravager's like a black mage. Commando's like a melee black mage. Having two commandos is pointless. So much is just happening in combat that isn't based on what I'm doing. It's kind of confusing. Maybe that gets less confusing on enemies that don't die as fast. Whoa, I was able to jump up here.
This just might work. Magic may be cursed, but it makes us stronger, doesn't it? What's to stop us from putting it to good use?
Doesn't it? Yeah, I saw the ruin spill.
We fight it! Ragnarok! That's the reason we're l'Cie. To stop it. To keep Cocoon safe.
Yeah, why don't you give us one reason to believe that? One reason.
Sarah. She said to protect Cocoon. And then she turned to Crystal. That's the proof right there. She completed her focus. That means ours is to save Cocoon. Sarah's fal'Cie was the same as ours. Our focus has got to be the same. We were chosen to be guardians. To defeat Ragnarok. It makes sense.
What the hell it does? You're grasping at straws, son. Post fal'Cie are Cocoon's enemies. We just got recruited by one of them. If I were a betting man, I'd put us on the other side.
So Sarah's an enemy too? Well, I don't buy it. We have the power to save Cocoon if we work together and carry out our focus.
The fal'Cie took Sarah from us, and you want to help it? Whose side are you on?
Freeze!
I think if they had different names for the Pulse l'Cie and the Cocoon... Wait, the Pulse fal'Cie and the Cocoon fal'Cie.
You fall off the purge train?
Maybe.
Or are you talking back to me? Huh? Huh?
Nice gun.
Yeah. Recast Lightning with Trey Parker. Good thing we're not in danger. Command execution. Okay, well, the execute partial command queues before the ATB gauge is full. It's fine. I love that we're 2 hours in and it's like, in case you don't want to use auto battle. Shouldn't they have taught this to me? It seemed like the boss fight earlier had like arms that I could target, And I was just not targeting them because it seemed like it was going to let me get away with it. You think they would teach you that here? Because I thought they were going to do it with the Scorpion boss, because the Scorpion boss also had arms, but they weren't targetable. That's why. It sounds like a cool mechanic, but it also seems like one that doesn't matter, or isn't going to matter for some time. Wow, that was the worst possible battle to teach me that on. They should have taught me that on the boss fight, right? Am I right about the boss fight, by the way, that I could have targeted its arms and not have to heal as much?
I thought they'd be tougher than that. This guy's a Psycom, yeah? Supposed to be cream of the crop.
Yeah, but Psycom's an anti-pulse task force. Haven't fought a war in centuries.
Potions seem to be trivial to get,
Bunch of
so...
rookie troops swinging around overpriced toys.
You missed it at the beginning, Aki, but as soon as it said using potions as a free action, I was like, oh no.
Nothing for us Lassie to be afraid of.
That's the worst news. Nobody talks about that. They talk about the hallway thing and the tutorial thing.
They hit the field and it's game over.
I 5-starred the boss.
Uh-oh. Then let's run away. Ciao.
Hey, wait! What's a man to do?
Speed strats. I prefer if that fight was meant to teach me about switching targets in boss fights with multiple limbs, that the fight would be literally impossible if I didn't kill the arms, right? Or at least prohibitively difficult, or slower, at least. But then they didn't put the tutorial there, which is completely bizarre. Ragnarok. Okay.
I wonder what happened to everyone else.
Oh man, that's like Final Fantasy 12, like the battle chain system in that game that weirdly encourages you to avoid any kind of like variety. Now is this game using Blitz attack because I was using Blitz before? Did I like train it to do that on auto battle? Or is it just knows that's smart for targeting? I feel like it should be based on like damage taken. Knows I can hit multiple things with it. Okay.
Well, that wasn't scary at all.
I'm gonna switch the default command to auto battle. I don't see any reason to think. The game isn't giving me any reason to think right now. I'm curious if auto battle would have also just focus fired the main guy. It doesn't change your targets, right? I'll switch it to ability. I can't wait until I die and have to switch it to abilities. I'll put it that way. Yeah. I don't know when I'm going to need the micro. Great. I hate the idea of an idle JRPG. That could work. Swapping paradigms. Which in most random battles generally isn't necessary, I guess, until you get low on health. See, I'd like to sit here and try to customize a fun paradigm deck, but at the moment, I'm struggling to imagine why I would need anything other than a paradigm for healing and a paradigm for DPS, right? I wish that animation didn't play. Oh, I guess that was where I was too late.
I can't.
Hey, I died! That's exciting. Gotta switch to the healing paradigm sooner. Which just puts me, like, right before the encounter that I got into, I guess. Like, I could maybe do something like, I could have one... I could have, like, flavor DPS, like this one does magic damage instead of physical damage or something, but... Wish I could skip that animation.
Anytime.
This is not that long.
Just stay out of my way.
So, how do my AI companions try to focus their stagger build? Do they make some effort to focus on the party leader's target, or do I need to pay attention to who they're attacking and change my focus to them?
Try that on me.
Yeah. No, I mentioned that at the beginning, Viper, that I feel like a lot of these efforts to, like,
Anytime.
deconstruct what makes a turn-based JRPG work, with the exception of Bravely Default, tend to only reveal, like, weaknesses in the system. ATB is one of those, I would say, like, oh man, what if instead of it being turn-based, there was a little meter that filled, and then when your meter filled, you could go. And it's like, okay, well, that's still turn-based. Just the computer's way better at putting in turns than I am. I guess it adds the dynamic of, like, turns can use up a variable amount of initiative. But that's already accounted for in Final Fantasy X. Oh, do I not have a map button? I've got a bigger map. I guess I can't. Swapping paradigm fills your ATB on a short internal cooldown. I think 10's the way to go. Trying to force the cooldown, so I can just swap as much as I like, right?
Back off.
Oh, right. It's weird to me that I have to select auto battle. It's weird that, like, it's basically automatic and I have to mainly focus on switching paradigms, but I still have to mash the A button the whole time. The internal cooldown for ATV. Yeah. And that's a way to finish battles faster if you're just switching paradigms constantly just to benefit from the ATB refill, I guess. Can I not review the... Okay, here we go. love that it won't let me just select the node. No, you have to press and hold the A button and then move in the direction of the node you want to unlock. We're gonna make you do it, goddammit. Like, shit's really funny. Usually have him on Ravager, I guess. So, does Ravager scale with magic? Oh my god. Let me select the node. Game. That's really funny that it's very insistent on that. Wait, so is this node just done? Like, what does this mean? Do I have to activate Libra? How does Libra work? Or is that like a trait? Captot Ravager. Can you reply to Connie when you get a second?
Yeah, I was at work. Is she giving you shit already?
Yeah. It's okay.
It's not even 5 o'clock.
Yeah, just tell her you just got home from work.
Does she know I work in places where I can't access my email?
Just tell her that in your email reply.
I'm really upset.
It's on Andrea's. Andrea's a member of our HOA board because she is.
Email after work.
I agree.
Like.
Andrea did one of those. Everyone on our HOA board is like a sociopath, so I should join it so I can be the change I want to see in the world. And it's been nothing but regret. It's because of her prowess at not being a sociopath. Probably get some tomorrow. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again while we're doing Final Fantasy 13 battles.
All the messed up ways to meet. I might as well make introductions. I'm Snow Villiers.
I'll let this play first.
Short stuff?
Hope Estime.
What about her?
Bodum Security Regiment. She goes by Lightning. Last name's Farron. First, anybody's guess.
O'Neill.
Saz, Catchboy. Good to meet you.
There's a material cost via tech points that refill through battles, and labor is one of them.
Kids have to get dragged in.
That's on a separate menu?
I'll keep the kids out of trouble.
Problem with that
What's with this harmonica music?
Hey.
Trying to take on the post-Foul C.
It helps that she's not literally named Lightning. That her parents didn't name their kids Lightning and Sarah.
Why not? I mean, we've counted on the Sanctum's Foul C for food, water, everything we've needed.
Steven and Hurricane.
But you still helped us do it. Why's that? Gotta be something.
There might have been. Not so sure anymore.
Data log updated. Sanctum Falsi. Yeah, like, I would have preferred angels and demons, right? It doesn't have to be those two words, but like two words that convey a comparable amount of power, right? Sanctum Falsi and Pulse Falsi, and Sanctum Lussi and Pulse Lussi. It's very confusing. Sure, Ashura and Diva, exactly. Like, there are many two sides of the same coin kind of things that can tell me they have godlike powers, and they're in opposition to one another. All right, here's the story. So, Andrea joined our HOA for the aforementioned reason. Part of what happened was we had a tyrannical HOA. We'll call them the bad HOA. 5 people that were really shitty. This was back when I was having really bad Comcast problems, and Comcast needed to do like routine maintenance in our complex. Like the kind of maintenance that everyone else on Earth would just let them do. So they showed up one day to do it, and our HOA office manager showed up and yelled at them. And then the bad HOA stalled me for like 4 months. And kept like wanting to like meet with executives at Comcast to negotiate the terms of the contract to dig up some grass and replace a wire over the course of like 20 minutes. Right. So the bad HOA got voted out because they were the bad HOA. The leader of the bad HOA was a particularly douchey guy named Dennis, and he was the one that was like insisting on talking to Comcast executives and negotiate a contract. Blah, blah, blah. So Dennis did some actually shitty and particularly shady things. Several possibly illegal things, including like saying libelous things about one of our other residents, Stuart. Now, Stuart's not a member of the bad HOA, but he's also an idiot and kind of a sociopath. So Stuart leads the charge to vote out the bad HOA and vote in a new good HOA. And the new good HOA only had 4 members because the 5th one moved away almost immediately after getting elected. And that's when our neighbor came to Andrea and said, Andrea, can you please join us? Everyone on here is an old crazy person. We need to have someone young. Please, for the love of God, join. And so Andrea joined. Right. Okay. So Stuart, the guy that Dennis said libelous things about, decides he wants to sue Dennis. That's what he wants to do, right? He wants to get revenge on Dennis because Dennis was a douchebag. But Stuart's not a very smart man, and Stuart's lawyer is not very smart. And so instead of personally suing Dennis, they sue the entity that is our HOA, right? And no one understands this. The old HOA board doesn't understand this. Dennis doesn't understand this. Stuart doesn't understand this. The new HOA board, other than Andrea, doesn't understand this. Stuart's lawyer doesn't understand this, and the HOA lawyer doesn't understand this. So the new HOA, who again are ostensibly the good guys, they're stupid, they're lawful stupid, they start trying to collect evidence that is in favor of Stuart's case, right? Like thinking that, oh, you know, Dennis was a dick and we need to help Stuart win his case against Dennis. And Andrea keeps telling them every meeting, she's like, guys, Stuart isn't suing Dennis. Stuart is suing us. We are the HOA now. If he wins his lawsuit, the HOA is going to pay, not Dennis. And, all right, I'm going to let this cutscene play. This is Andrea's like grand victory. This is why it was worth her joining the HOA. I'll explain after this. Hey, she's fine. She just caught some other crystal.
Sarah! Sarah. I'll get you out of there. Thanks.
Should be really careful doing this. Couldn't they like chip off her arm or something? Maybe the crystal she's embedded in is like softer crystal than pulseless zombie crystal.
This is goodbye.
Dude, I can't believe it, Yukapo. I keep wanting to scream at how they didn't get this.
Psycom will be here soon. If they find us, we're all dead. You think Sarah'd want that? You think you know how she feels?
If I leave her, then I'll never know. We'll be fine. I can handle anything they throw at us. No one will die. I'll protect Sarah and Cocoon.
You still don't know that protecting Cocoon is the deal.
Does she look protected to you?
She's gonna punch Snow once an hour.
I can save
her!
What can you possibly do?
Whatever it takes!
See, I feel like her hitting Snow has the energy of, like, is it Luzu or it's Luzu. It's when Waka punches Luzu, right? In Final Fantasy X, but that's so built up over the course of like 15 hours.
Huh? Whoa, whoa. No, no! No, 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 not now!
It's Swordin' time. It's scary, Leon. Oh yeah, the prowess posting aspect of it is still really funny. Hey, attack while its tail's up. Well, I mean, they say attack while its tail's up. It's not what they mean. It's a new tutorial. Vast reserves of HP. Okay. Relentless assault. Concentrate the party's attack on a single enemy and stagger it. Okay. This isn't a bad idea. This could work. Okay. I'll try. 2 Ravagers is what we want then, right?
Back off!
Alright, so the end of the story. So they don't make it to trial, right? They're going to mediation to try to save the cost of trial. At this point, Stewart's already spent like $25,000 in attorney's fees because, yes, attorneys can be that stupid. We had recently had an example of an even dumber attorney involved with HOA drama, but that's a story for another day. So they go to the mediation, right? And Andrea is the only member of the good HOA that shows up to the mediation. It's basically her, the HOA lawyer, a neutral mediator, and Stewart's lawyer. And so the way that this is arranged, the mediator like talks to one party, gets their side of the story, and then goes and talks to the other party and like tries to explain things without either people talking to each other directly, right? So the mediator is basically a person who says, well, Andrea said to tell you this. And then comes back to Andrea and says, Stewart says to tell you this. Attorney sounds smart to you, yeah. I mean, out of 25K. So, okay. In the mediation, at one point the mediator comes back and says, you know, Stewart just wants me to tell the HOA that he's just trying to do this for the good of the community. He's just trying to do this for the good of the fine people that were libeled and harmed by Dennis. And Andrea just doesn't miss a beat. She's like, can you please tell Stewart that he's suing the good people of this community? Like, it's their funds that are going to get depleted if he wins this lawsuit? Because I'm not sure that he understands that. And so the mediator goes and does that, and the mediator comes back, and the mediator, she's like, Stewart says he wants to settle for the cost of his attorney's fees only, which happened to exactly equal the deductible of the legal insurance. But it's just like, oh my god, if Andrea wasn't there, they might have paid out, and they might have paid out like $200,000 or something, right? I want to die so badly. How quickly does the effect of the switch to Sentinel take effect? Is it the moment I select it, or do they have to finish their little animation for it to work? Andrew's like, you need to tell Stewart that he's suing us. He's not suing Dennis. He seems to think he's suing Dennis.
Just stay out of my way.
The moment you select it, so if you're fast enough with, like, as the animation's triggering. I was struggling with that in Final Fantasy XIV today. I was doing a solo duty where you play as a giant robot, and you have to like activate a defensive cooldown. And I thought it was like I could deactivate it the moment I saw the enemy cast bar disappear, even though the animation hadn't been played yet. But I wasn't sure if that was how things resolved or not.
Stay sharp.
I have to be personally hitting. Oh, right, I keep forgetting I have to mash the A button. This game feels like it's telling me that it's on a gambit system, that I'm just switching their roles and then they're doing shit, but for no reason I have to mash A. I can't hold A either, right? Alright, well, if I had mashed A more, I would have gotten 5, I guess. I think they have a visible health bar.
You're leaving?
Now you can't get Excalibur anymore.
We want to help Sarah too. But without tools, we could be digging for days. The army's on our trail. So for now, we gotta keep.
Yeah, I guess they went into all this trouble to make the combat look more realistic with everybody dancing around.
What about your focus? What happened to banding together and saving the world? Isn't that what you promised? Now you want to forget it all and die right here? Snow, you're nothing but talk.
Lightning! I'll do whatever it takes. I'll finish this focus and keep Sarah safe. That's my promise.
Great job so far.
Stay out of trouble.
What?
Get going.
But...
Later.
Okay.
Snow...
Thanks for failing to save my mom.
Save it for next time, kiddo. You'll get left behind.
But...
It's okay, Hope. Light'll take care of you. We'll meet again.
Yeah. Count on it.
I have a feeling this isn't going to stick for very long, which is why I was confused.
I'll get you out of there.
What, like her frozen corpse or out of the crystal cocoon?
Count on it.
The music just abruptly cuts out. Okay, so since he only has one class, his Ravager class is more robust, I guess? Do people get CP even if they're not in the active party? It seemed like it there. Swings around her crystalline remains.
I'm not happy about leaving the kid on his own, but we gotta keep moving.
New weapon for that one guy in Shadow Heartsea.
Maybe we shouldn't have left him on his own.
So all we can do is pray he makes it out.
I kind of like the banter when you're walking around and like the party members being in different parts of the map. It's kind of cool. Wonder why you still have, like, well, okay, I was gonna say, I wonder why you still have a random battle scene instead of fighting on the field, but I guess because they want to have them dancing around and shit that's necessary.
I hope Snow's okay.
Shadowheart's pretty crazy. Third one's much crazier than the second one, but the second one's still pretty silly. Yeah, I feel like I've been able to use auto fire in every other Final Fantasy to like hold down the cursor. I guess I can use like Joy to Key to, or get one of my auto fire controllers. Don't use the auto fire or I'll know. Maybe, so you said other than the character of Lightning, this game wasn't particularly well received in Japan? I don't know if that's better. I can't... Did his regular auto attacks when he's on Ravager scale with magic? I guess he gets strength still. Can I tell him to not use certain kinds of abilities to take advantage of the better stats on the weapon?
You should close your eyes.
Or can I accomplish that by not unlocking those nodes? Still getting away with spamming attack.
We never get past this.
I guess I had to switch to the Sentinel paradigm a handful of times in that boss fight, but
Next time we meet, he'll learn exactly how I feel.
Looks operational.
with the idea that this world is too sci-fi for people to keep things in boxes, right? You gotta have treasure balls. It's like how, especially early seasons of Star Trek TNG, people can't just have a cup; they have to have a space cup. The Virgin treasure chest and the Chad treasure ball. Oh wow, I would have thought FF3 would have been higher. Need something for the GDQ crowd to shout Orb at. I think Fabulous Exploding Star Crystals didn't work because of project management fuck-ups. Like, this team cannot deliver a product on time. It's part of what makes Yoshi P such a god, because he's working in an environment that has been, like, immune to deadlines for a very long time. And he's, like, the king of delivering on time.
Stay sharp.
Whoa. So I get different paradigms because it's a different set of 3 characters? Okay. But it's called diversity, even... I guess it's not the same because one of them's not a sentinel. Okay. So I don't have access to a sentinel? Let me check that. Is that an auto-generated name? I noticed I could make my own as well, but... Okay, so I just have no tank at the moment. Gotcha. Gotcha. And it accounts for every possible combo, sure. I haven't gotten any new stores to drop from enemies, right? I guess I can check, but... Why did their stock change? Because I found those items naturally? Hey, it's a palette swap already. TP gauge appears below the HP gauge. Select Libra. Is that also a free action, other than that it consumes TP? Most effective actions known are always chosen. Huh? Achieve high ratings. So I don't know why I would care about this information if auto battle is just going to resolve it on its own, right? Did I just interrupt her attack animation and then not do damage as a result by paradigm shifting mid-swing? I can't access my allies' techniques, right?
Just stay out of my way.
I thought I saw them on the Crystarium. Yeah, no, I saw the thing about them changing their auto battle options automatically, but in that case, why would I ever need to look at this information? Like, who cares, right? Once Libra has happened, the computer is just going to handle it. I don't know if I'm asking this question smartly. I understand what Libra does and why it's beneficial to cast Libra so that the auto battle will update. Why would I ever press right bumper to look at it? Like, it doesn't matter to me, right? Because I'm not making decisions. Yeah, but doesn't it say that the auto battle is just going to select those things if applicable? Why would I press right bumper? I had the option of pressing right bumper. I don't see why I would. Okay, thank you, Walter. That's what I was looking for.
Sweep team, form ranks.
They must be hunting down Purge survivors.
I hope everyone
I see. Ones where I'm actually having to micro,
So do I.
maybe.
But nowhere is safe for them now. Damn it. Just cause they shared a neighborhood with a foul sea. They get treated like post-tainted rats.
People really hate Pulse, don't they?
Not hate. More like fear.
Who writes this
Tens
shit?
of millions of people. All scared of Pulse boogeymen. They'd be shaking in their beds every night if they knew that Lassie like us were around.
But they purged that entire town.
It's crazy, I know. But the Sanctum Foul Sea did nothing to stop it. Up until now, Eden's always stepped in to correct their errors in judgment. Guess humans aren't worth the effort. Figure they'll let us just kill each other off.
Lassie are not human.
Listen, you, that's enough.
Subtly?
We're still alive. That's something.
Yeah, this is when you kind of get in the era where the difference between FMVs and the normal in-engine graphics is minimal, except that you can see individual strands of hair in the FMVs.
They're sealing off the area. They're trying to trap the stragglers. We gotta get moving before we're caught in the net.
Nope. Eden. Okay. That seemed to be a lot of information that wasn't... Alright, it's fine. Just carry on. You can do hair and fur now. I was complaining about the graphics? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I was saying that this is the era where the graphics are so good that FMVs don't really land anymore. Right. It used to be the FMVs were like a quantum leap forward in the graphical fidelity compared to the in-engine graphics. I feel like that's not really a reflection of Final Fantasy VII. It's just a reflection of the generation, the console generation. Yeah, I would agree, Walter. 8 already looks way better than 7, and 9 looks better than both 8 and 7 by quite a bit, but... The PS2 is kind of the point where I stop caring. And I actually sometimes get frustrated at photorealistic graphics in games that don't demand them. Like, I think they matter in a game like Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, but I would rather the next Final Fantasy be 16-bit or even just cartoony 3D cel-shaded graphics or something than to keep, like, wasting money pushing this. I think Final Fantasy XIV's basic visual style is kind of ugly. The look of the characters and a lot of the armor, they kind of have an MMO problem where you have to design 500 million Black Mage sets, and there's only so many ways you can do a pointy fucking hat. I think FF14 is like better than WoW in just about every conceivable way, but WoW is better in that they're pretty good at making good like character silhouettes, both for like equipment and for just like the look of the races and the like. Yeah, it's a self-perpetuating market force problem. The AAA companies all agree that graphics matter, and so graphics matter, and they can generate market data that proves that after the fact.
We really have to go this way? I'm too old for this.
So these crafting items. This is a game where I should be reasonably worried about selling items because there might be a crafting system that get introduced at the 30-hour mark, right? Alright. Years of unnecessary anxiety pay off exactly once. Story of my life. I'm too stressed out to handle normal human interactions most of the time, but like when there's a big emergency, I can usually handle it pretty well. Because I'm always panicking as though it's an emergency. And every time that happens, it's like, this justifies being freaked out all the time. Oh yeah.
Stay sharp.
Sure.
Just stay out of my way.
Oh no, you're I guess when I say graphics don't matter, I mean pushing polys. I like style a lot. It's less busy and it runs at 144 FPS. Interesting. What's it for? Is it for Switch or something? Is it keeping a lot of their design decisions from World, or is it like backsliding? Oh yeah, don't stream. Everybody secretly hates what you're doing and wishes you would change everything. They're too nice to tell you, because if they told you, it would make you even more anxious. Let that loop fester for a few years.
Whoa! This whole place is crystal.
Faster and more casual? Okay. Oh, it's coming to PC soon. Right on.
I wonder what it'd be like to become a crystal, I mean.
Less pretense of having a story, that's a good sign. One day they're gonna go full arcade.
If I knew what it was. Yeah, I probably don't want to know.
Hey, Lightning. Did Sarah say anything to you about her focus?
Nothing.
You have multiple cool pendants in this game.
She probably didn't want to worry you.
Or she just didn't think she could trust me.
Oh.
Okay, that was fast. Yeah, it's a pacing problem, isn't it? I think that summarizes just about everything, even outside of the story. Like, even that scene just kind of like, it was cut like a Christopher Nolan movie, right? Where like, they're trying to fit this thing under 2.5 hours, so they're cutting every possible breath. One day they'll make an iteration of Monster Hunter that I'm gonna resonate with. Every version of it I've played so far has sent me bad brain chemicals. And it's infuriating because it absolutely should be a game that I like, because like if you just list out its features as bullet points, they're basically all things that I dig. Went for the cute dog. Fair. There's a good example of a franchise that I think has a selection bias problem. We were talking earlier with Final Fantasy XIV and RuneScape and Factorio. It's such like a storied franchise at this point. Why would you change some of these things? The people who enjoy it are already fine with it. So there's no, like, obviously the game is checkpointing when I die, but there's no form of secret autosave, right? Like, if I want to turn the game off, I have to be at a save point.
What's that? I think I recognize it from somewhere.
Everything had too much health in the expansion.
Stay sharp.
Right. That must be a lot of health.
Just stay out of my way.
I guess the stagger meter continues to drain during the paradigm shift animation too. I only have to Libra each enemy in the game one time, right? Or do I have to do it again to get the auto battle to update? They had a mechanic where you have to claw into monsters and break them to lower their defense. And they balance their health around having that up all the time. Cool. They should have done the opposite. They should have added that as a mechanic to speed things up a little bit. Yeah, but it costs more money, Ravanon, so there's an invisible cost. Sure, if those games could be made for the exact same cost that Final Fantasy VII could be made, then sure, everybody's happy, but we don't get games at the speed at which we used to get them. At the scope that they used to have them. To me, it is not worth the reduction in scope to have your art team spend, you know, 10 times as much time per monster as they would have to if they were making a throwback PS1 game. Like, I'd rather have something like Death's Door that we played last Saturday, which if you missed the VOD for that, you should check it out. It's like Hyperlight Drifter, Hollow Knight, Titan Souls. But it has a pretty cute, like, graphical style that's relatively simple, and as a result they can do a lot of little, like, bump the lamp effects, fancy door animations and particle effects, and nice little things that they might not have had room for if they had made it look way fancier. Struggle to not run out of the time limit. I think that there being a time limit in Monster Hunter is cancer. Like, I could see if it was a really aggressive time limit, if it was like, if the fights were already calibrated to only be a few minutes, but you're already losing if it's taking you as long as the time limit to kill these monsters, right? So now you're double losing. I joke that the attack command in JRPGs was a mistake, but holy hell. Right. Like, time limits can work as a way to say, hey, if you're failing to meet the time limit, then you're, like, limping on this boss, and you should come back to it later when you're more efficiently tuned. Yeah, exactly, Earn. Viscerality. Yeah, if they tuned it, I would be completely fine with it, Walter. Exactly. If, like, the first monster in the game had a 7-minute time limit, and the crazy endgame triple monster fight had a 45-minute time limit, okay, I guess. I guess I'd prefer the 45-minute time limit not be there, because it's already a long enough time investment. That losing to it isn't going to feel compelling, just annoying. Right, you're not going to take 50 minutes. It's a classic video game mechanic that basically never matters until it does. And then when it does matter, it matters in the worst possible way.
Some sort of devices for their magic. I don't think it's the same.
Inventory space in Xenoblade Chronicles. I think you could do like a crosscode style game that's structured like Monster Hunter of long endurance-based marathon boss fights and precisely dodging every attack and hitting in precise attack windows.
Stay sharp.
Oh, well. Paradigm shifted mid-animation and died. How much that actually reset there? I feel like maybe this will change later, but I feel like if I have one character as a medic, I'm basically invincible. I'm just really, really, really slow. Yeah, that's fair, Spiky. Where, like, you know, you're attacking one vulnerable weak spot, and, like, a couple of hits knocks the spot off, and it does a bunch of extra damage. Yeah. think that's a good comparison.
Stay sharp.
Healing after battle is a good decision in this game. I don't even know, like, if you took it out, how would that even work? Like, you would just go in the menu and freely cast the cure spell after every battle? I feel like there shouldn't be any regular random encounters that I can get by without ever paradigm shifting. I should have to switch to healing at least once in an on-level fight every time. Resist lightning. Howdy Moonshine, how you doing? Alright, so I have effectively mastered Commando for now, right? Reading that right? For lightning? And Ravager on Vanille. Oh, that would be so sad. Yeah, I would prefer there be fewer encounters than for encounters to be trivial spam attack nonsense, right? Like, this game might actually benefit from, like, an Undertale-style approach. Not that few of monsters, but each area has, like... Maybe you see each enemy by itself once and in a group once. And then each time they're hard enough that you have to, like, get the right set of paradigm shifts in order to solve the encounter. And then they're dead. But that's where I say XP is a mistake, because then you wouldn't really be able to provide XP to the player, right? You wouldn't be able to grind. I'd love to see more RPGs go for a finite XP model, where there's just a finite number of enemies in the game, and when you beat them, they're dead forever. They never respawn.
Hey!
Oh yeah. Oh awesome, Spiky. I'm pumped.
We can get through here.
That's the best news I've heard all day. Fell in love with that game in the first hour of play. Holy shit.
Why don't we just loop around and make things easier on ourselves?
There's stuff back there. Oh, it's super good, Yukipo. What if Pokemon was good? What if a developer thought really critically about turn-based RPG mechanics? What if common player incentive problems in JRPGs saw the developer make a good faith effort to address them, so that the fun way to play the game is also the, like, implicitly incentivized by the reward structure way to play the game. It's extremely neat. She basically only casts Cure, right? She doesn't have, like, Protect or anything, so I'm only really swapping to that save on potions. I think it's okay to like Pokemon for what it is. I mean, I like Pokemon and I played a shitload of Pokemon. Pokemon Go is even more degenerate than, with mechanics degenerate than mainline Pokemon. I've probably played like 1,000 hours of that.
I appreciate it.
This game about being excited to look at 100 skill trees. But easier to consume than Path of Exile. And easier to, like, sight read than Path of Exile.
Somebody must have called for reinforcements.
I wonder if this game is going to get a FF12 style PC re-release. Doesn't really need any kind of like graphics updates, but it seems like the Steam release is a shit show. You need to install all these fixes to keep it from crashing. Benefit from some volume sliders, yeah, no kidding. I'm playing it on PC right now, but I had to install a set of patches to keep it from crashing instantly. It has a little thing on the launcher, like the preloader launcher thing that's like, if you're having graphics problems, it's your fault. I feel like
I can't stop now.
I would like this system a lot better if I didn't get a game over when lightning died. Because, like, lots of reasons. One, if even I could make her a sentinel, I never would. Two, like, she goes from being at full health to being dead, sometimes so quickly that by the time that she's in yellow, I don't know if I'm just going to make it to finish the fight without slowly swapping to diversity. Oh, right on, Naki. Darkstar made it out to be this really big problem that, like, the game would crash immediately if I didn't install these fixes. So. I guess there were some, like, problems with the gamepad where it would, like, check every frame whether your gamepad was connected, which would cause massive slowdowns. Especially if those party members have access to healing and potentially resurrection spells in Phoenix Downs. It's weird that it lets you switch the leader. You feel like you should just pick the character that is the tankiest, like, by their base stats, then. Items are character agnostic, right? So, like... Wish I could superimpose this map. I think that thing that I thought wasn't was progress was a side area the whole time, unfortunately. I really don't want to backtrack to it, so... And the camera feels really odd. The demons go into a panic and they can't revive you unless they have either the spell or a passive lets them move items. I think it makes sense in Shin Megami Tensei, sure. The whole Pokemon idea. Oh, and fear worthless. Right. It's not like they would be able to res you anyway. One of these guys much. Oh, right, because I'm on the healing paradigm. Which is basically doing nothing in terms of ending the fight. So they have aggro. It looked like the Sentinel had an explicit provoke ability. Like, whoever's doing the most damage is gonna pull aggro, I guess. Those all your Teddy device drivers once a frame. You have to disable them all before playing the game, except your control device. Oh my god. That's funny. I guess the thing that they did to fix the checking for your game controller bug, or not bug, but checking for your game controller problem is it makes it so that if your controller disconnects mid-play, you have to close the desktop and restart, or it'll never reconnect again. Is there a save point up here? It's probably gonna be my stopping point. And there's a chest up there. I'll go get it and then I'll go to the save point. And open chests in combat. Better than in Final Fantasy XII where you kind of can, but it's unreliable. Yeah, I think I remember that one. Or is that Dark Souls 2? Where you would like immediately destroy your weapons if you were playing at 60 FPS? Select two games. If you didn't launch them within the first half hour of restarting, the games wouldn't launch. I kept having a weird problem with Final Fantasy XII where, like, every other stream session, the game would, like, hitch and not run at the full intended frame rate, and I never figured out why it was happening.
You gotta stop worrying, Sass. We outran him. We'll be
Okay, future Marstead. You're at a save point that's probably right before a boss fight. There's an area you technically didn't go in back here. I'm guessing this is a boss fight in front of you. So switch to the diversity paradigm when you're low on health. Switch back to the other paradigm when you're not. Mash the A button. It looks like auto battle, but you have to mash the A button. Just put yourself in the brain set of always mashing the A button. If you're not mashing the A button, you're playing incorrectly. All right,